And we're live.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, all those lovely people out there. Seeing that Anna has been waiting for half an hour already.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing. So yes, welcome to the end of the month reading sprints. I so need this today. I have been slumping a little bit for the past 2 weeks, but well, it's not really a slump if you do finish books, right? But I have not been reading much, and I wanted to finish these books like a week ago, and I still haven't finished them, so I need to get this done. So I will be reading The Dragon Republic today. Melanie, will you be reading today?
Well, for one, I'm going to be doing a little bit of editing because I need to. I'm using this as a productivity sprint because I have a video. My Wheel of TBR is supposed to post tomorrow, and I haven't edited it yet, so I got to get that edited. But then I will be reading Our Chemical Hearts by Crystal Sutherland because after the spring into reading-a-thon, I have just really, really wanted to pick this up so that I could read it and watch the movie. Though I'm a little concerned about what this book's going to do to my heart because I know it's going to break it. I just know it's going to. It pretty much tells you in the book flap that it's going to break your heart. So,
Well, that's good odds then. I mean, that's
yeah,
is why we're reading, right? We want to be broken.
those are the best kind of books. But right now I'm on page 68 of this, so just getting into it.
Okay. And you like it so far?
Oh yeah, it's interesting. I can definitely see a difference in her writing from that book to her writing a semi-definitive list
Okay.
because like Our Chemical Hearts was her first.
Uh-huh.
And so you can see like the improvement between the two, but it's still not bad. Also, she's Australian, and so there's an Australian character in here. And it's funny because she made him like he's been in the US for a long time, but he
Mhm.
still uses his like when girls are around, he uses his really thick Australian accent and uses all those Australian slang terms because the girls just love it.
I love it. So, what is everybody else reading? I'm excited to get some books finished. Or are you using these as productivity sprints as well? I and if somebody is new to this, what we are doing is we are going to be reading in silence, each our own book, or as Melanie just said, doing something productive. I will have a clock on the screen for that time, and once the time is up, we're going to come back and chat a little to take just a little break, and then we're going to go back into a productive reading sprint. So let's see who's here. Well, as I said, Anna was here half an hour ago.
Hi, Anna.
Saw it on my YouTube recommended page and decided to open it in the background while I finish some work. Hopefully, I get to read with you later on too. I always love being productive as well, so that's always good. Hi, Jocelyn. Good to see you. Hi. Mo is here as well. Hi. Finished Wonder Woman Warbringer graphic novel and Stardust. Oh, you finished them. Oh, that's cool. So what are you reading then today? Or do I misunderstand this and you want to finish the two today? Hi, Najat. It's so lovely to see all these familiar faces.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying I don't appreciate everybody new, but it's starting to feel like a small family that comes back to read all the time. Hi, Willow. The Magician's Nephew. It's the prequel to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Ooh. I would be in the mood for that kind of story today, too, I think. I continued with the Sherlock Holmes book, but didn't finish it yet. So are you planning to finish it today? Hi, Kara. What are you reading, Kara? Oh, you finished a week ago. That's good. Good. Love it. I hope we get to finish a couple of books today.
I hope I get through at least half of my book today. I'd like to do like this much of my book today.
Okay.
If I could get that, which that's like a little over 100 pages, so that shouldn't be a problem.
No. Is
If
it
I
a
can
quick?
get my video edited quickly, that is.
Does it read quickly?
Yeah, I think so. It feels like it does. I haven't really paid attention to how much time progresses in like the chunks that I've been reading, but it feels like it goes quickly.
Okay, cool. I might have to go and wash my glasses. I hate when I can't get my glasses clean and they have this like glare from having stripes on it. So annoying. Hi, Julia. Hi, guys. I'm gonna read Cinders and Sparks, Magic at Midnight by Lindsay Kelk. I don't think I've heard about it. Have you heard about this one, Melanie?
It sounds familiar. Well, no, I think I'm thinking of Cinders and Sparrows, and I can't think of who it's by. It was like one of the Owl Crate books. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the same book or not. I could be wrong.
I hope to read it today, the Sherlock book. Yes, let's get that done today. That sounds good. Kara's finishing Goblet of Fire, got 2 chapters left, then we'll start Six of Crows. Amazing. You're going to get these 2 chapters done very quickly, and then is it a first, like, are you reading Six of Crows for the first time, or is it a reread before the show? CPEN 37, reading Faith Taking Flight currently, but also using these prints to be productive. Yes, for that. At work, scanning books in and putting them out on the shelf. Okay, cool. I love it. I think I've never used sprints at work, but I think that's actually quite smart. I think I should start doing that when I can't focus on something. What books are you reading? We mentioned it briefly in the beginning, but yeah. And technically, I would have to finish today because it's the last day of the month. Um, Technically, that is not possible by the time that it hits midnight, but I have a feeling I have a very long night coming up uh, because, well, tomorrow's the first, and then this has to be done. I'm nearly halfway through Black Buck by Matteo Ascaripo. Please let me know how you feel about it. Maybe get my mind away from wanting to purchase it right now. What do you think about Shadow and Bone's TV show? I'm not sure what to read next. The Psychopath Test by John Robson, nonfiction, or Six of Crows?
Six of Crows.
Well, that was pretty adamant, and I mean, there's no chance to get anything else in there. Is the Psychopath Test like? Is it a very short nonfiction? And are you coming out of something like a big fantasy world? Also, is Six of Crows a first read or a reread?
Though also I'm curious about the psychopath test. I mean, that sounds kind of interesting, but I'm also reading Six of Crows. Like Marty and I are currently listening to the audiobook of Six of Crows to prepare for the Shadow and Bone show.
Yeah, I think the Psychopath Test, I think I have that here, and it sounded interesting. Anyways, Mo was asking what I'm drinking. I made my first boba tea today at home, and I first had a milk tea, and this now is oolong tea and mango. I just put mango in, like frozen mango from the freezer, and the tea in a blender, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And it has some tapioca pearls at the bottom. It's really, really yummy. Love it. But I'm not as well prepared with the drinks as usually with like my 2 liter bottles. But I
Me
have
neither.
1.5 liters oolong tea in the kitchen, so I will have to go and refill.
Yeah, this is like I have this much drink with me right now, only to right here.
I hope starting April, can I keep reading Gemina? Yes, yes. I hope you
I'm
can.
actually reading Illuminae starting Monday next week, and we're reading one book each month with my little buddy read group on Twitter.
Awesome. Maybe you want to join that. I've only read Shadow and Bone. Unfortunately, didn't enjoy it. The TV show looks really good, and the characters look more likable. Okay. I guess it depends on what you didn't like about Shadow and Bone. If you are going to like the TV show, I hope you are going to like the TV show better then. First read of Six of Crows, and I'm so excited. Yes, I love it. Fingers crossed that you're going to like this one. Hey,
One thing I have found so far about Six of Crows is it requires a lot of attention, like listening to the audiobook of it. Because versus like the Shadow and Bone trilogy, because so far we've gotten through like, I don't know, 6 chapters or something like that. And every single chapter is a different character's perspective. And so it's like, there are a lot of people
yeah,
to keep up with in that. And so I'm just like, okay, hold on. And I would have to go back like a few times. So I'm like, what's going on? Who is this? I feel like I should be drawing out like a map of everybody because there's a
yeah.
lot of characters.
Um, get some like fan art cast or something so you know who's who. And I think as soon as you build a relationship to each of the characters, it's going to be really easy between jumping between all of the characters. But I guess it's very confusing in the beginning. Hope this you read the books. I'm assuming you mean Shadow and Bones, and well, I hope you get to them. I'm almost 200 pages into Malice by John Gwynne. Oh, I want to read that one too. I've been having a little bit trouble getting into it. Well, you're not. So maybe you're taking off my TBR list right now. That's always a good thing too. I've ordered Heartstopper for a breakaway from fantasy. Ooh, I've heard good things about Heartstopper. Have you read Heartstopper?
I'm actually reading it in April. It's going to be part of my April TBR.
Ooh.
My friend Clint sent it to me, and I'm like really excited to read it. Little sneak peek into my wheel of TBR that comes out tomorrow. I got friend pick, and so I sent a picture, and that was in the picture, and that was the book that got picked. So I'm like, that really helped because I have so many books on my TBR for April. It's ridiculous.
Same, girl, same. Both our first read. Last thing I read was The Taming of the Shrew. I have no idea what that is.
The Taming of the Shrew, that's William Shakespeare.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Going into fantasy or going into a nonfiction from that? I'd say Six of Crows then. Yes, can I join? So this is about the Twitter Buddy Read group.
Oh, yeah. If you want to send me a message on Twitter telling me you want to be added to the group, my Twitter is @CompletelyMel, and yeah, just send me a message there, and I'll add you to our group.
I was first to comment, and then I still came late to the actual stream.
Oops.
I hope I didn't miss anything amusing. Yes, here to represent for the cows. Mel hasn't been part of that conversation yet. I guess you're going to get all the details on why cows are amusing tonight. I love this. But yeah, Anna, you just missed me talking about you the whole time. So we were talking behind it. Somebody else having to join the Illuminate group?
Okay, well, if you want to join me, just send me a message saying to add you to the group, because otherwise I will just think that it's somebody writing me a message just to write me a message.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. It took forever to put them back, and I don't even think I got them back completely right, because the books that did fit on my shelves won't even fit on my shelves now. But then I don't know what I did that's different, but somehow I know what it is. I lost the top of one of the bookshelves because it's now filled with Once Upon a Book Club boxes. Because I had books on top of it before, but now I have Once Upon a Book Club boxes because I'm so behind on those. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I was like, are you catching up at all with those?
No, because I would need to read at least 2 a month to be called to like stay as far behind as I am. And I haven't been reading at least 2 a month, so I just keep getting farther behind.
Yeah, and because you keep getting boxes.
Because I get both the adult and the YA every month, and then I get I'll go and get special edition boxes sometimes too. Yeah, I got a
Yeah.
lot. I got a lot.
Can you believe that I'm actually out of a current box to read because the February box hasn't arrived yet? So the box that ships end or mid-March, I think it shipped mid-March. We got the notification that the February box shipped, and it hasn't reached me yet. I'm hoping that it gets here any day.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'm still waiting on mine. So, well, I don't know if it was the February one. I don't know. I can't keep up with what.
Yellow Wife was the one before that. But do you open them at all to look at which book it is?
Yes, yes. Because I will peek inside a box just to see the book, so I don't buy the book. Because I have done that in the past, because I'll let my boxes pile up before I do an unboxing, and then I go to unbox it, and I'm like, well, dang it, I bought that book. So I've started peeking in the boxes when they come, just to make sure I don't end up buying the book on top of it.
Which is fine as long as you're not peeking into the gifts. That's fine.
Oh no, I don't open the gifts until I'm reading the book, and I vlog. Anytime I'm doing one of the Once Upon a Book Club boxes, I always vlog it and show all the gifts as I'm reading. So
I love it. I'm enjoying Six of Crows. I like it a lot better than Shadow and Bone. I think a lot of people feel that way. You can also really see how Leigh Bardugo developed her writing. So it makes sense. I'm reading A Time to Kill by John Grisham. Also nice. I just didn't really like the characters and I wanted more action from it. That's fair. I hope I'll be able to read a little of Siege and Storm later. First, need to finish the English lesson for tomorrow. Yes, get some work done. And we're going to get through some comments so we can jump into the first sprint. When I'm reading a book with a lot of characters, I write names and descriptions on a sticky note and put it in the front of the book. That is actually really smart. And I should have done that for. I just read Aurora Rising, and I had so much trouble building a relationship to the characters, even though I loved the book, because I was reading it too fast and I just didn't know who was who soon enough. So I should have done that, I feel like. Did you read Aurora Rising?
me, no, I have not read that one.
I did that with Game of Thrones. Yeah, I think with Game of Thrones, that's really fair. That's a lot of characters. I'm going to take a shower and I'll come back soon. Good luck with the readings. Well, looking forward for you to get back. Hello, tada, I'm here. That is an entrance, Barbara.
Hello, Barbara.
Would you recommend the YA box?
Ow. Sorry, my cat just decided to nibble my hand. Oh, yes, I would.
That's an easy answer.
Sorry, I got very distracted and I accidentally closed the window. I was a cat biting me in it. Yes, I absolutely would recommend it. I did I recently unboxed one of them. I unboxed Ray Bear, and in my Spring into Reading-a-thon vlog, I did an unboxing of Ray Bear and showed all the gifts. And there were some really cool gifts in there. There was this hand-painted African drum thing. It was so cool. Animals fighting you.
Yeah, I think overall I do enjoy the gifts in the Once Upon a Book Club boxes a lot. They feel like most of the time it feels like they really try to consider what's practical. And there were some really, really good gifts in there that I actually have been using a lot. I just switched to the adult one because I wanted to branch out a little bit into different types of reads aside from all my YA reads, and I started getting a lot of YA books twice in different boxes. Although I feel like most of the Once Upon a Book Club picks are quite unique. They don't come in a lot of boxes. Sometimes they
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, I have found most of the time I don't end up getting repeats from like because I get other boxes, so I don't end up getting like Once Upon a Book Club tends to be different, like you said. Every once in a while, will there be something that is the same, but very rarely does that happen. Oh, also, CC, since I can't really comment into like the regular comment section because I can only speak it, in the private chat thing, I did actually put a link for Once Upon a Book Club. And if you wanted to put that down in the description, or if you're able to put it in the chat or whatever. And I have a discount code for anybody that wants to get a Once Upon a Book Club box, and it's completely Melanie 10, like the number 10. That gets you 10% off.
I think in there's not an option to put links into the live chat. They're blocked, probably for like spam control reasons.
If you wanted to put it in the description or anything.
Yeah, I actually think I do have a code for Once Upon a Book Club in the description as well, but I'm not sure if it's the same amount off. Yeah, I think I might have one in the description. But I'll check later if it's the same amount, and I can put yours in if yours is better. I see. Talking about my bag. Totally will go back and watch at the beginning while you read. Well, you're free to do that. I really want to get a subscription, but just for the gifts, not for the book, because I like choosing and researching books. That's fair. I do think that most subscription boxes do, when you ask them, they will tell you what book they have.
Yes.
So if you want to make sure that you're getting a book that you like, I would go and write to them and ask them what's the book. And there's on Facebook, there's a group that's called Book Sherlocks, and they pretty much go and take all the subscription boxes and the hints that they put out, and then they say, oh, it's most likely this book, or it's most likely that book. So you could go in there for spoilers as well if you want to decide on a book like this.
Yeah, we have a chat where we can where I could write to her. Because I can't actually chat into this unless I pulled it up on something separate like my phone or whatever. And so I can chat to her or send her messages.
But yes, this platform does have something like that. So we can talk behind.
We're talking about all of you behind your backs.
Just gonna on how long will you be live? For a while, probably. Like, I need to finish this today. I'm not gonna go to sleep for a while. I thought all of them were surprises. Thank you for the information. You're welcome. You came to the right two people, I feel like.
Absolutely. Yeah. Each month they release hints for both their YA and their adult box. And so you can try to figure out what the book is yourself if you want, or you can just get an idea of, what the book's going to be about. And if it sounds like something you're interested in. But if you want, you can actually contact them. Anybody can contact them and say, hey, what's this book going to be? So you can decide if you want it or not.
And I think that most other book boxes are the same. They have hints, and there's only a few book boxes. I don't even know if they're still active. Was it like LitJoy? They said which book it is, and then there's the Strand book hookup from the
Strand.
From the Strand, and they say what the book is beforehand. So you can click on the link, and then they have like all the spoilers there. But they usually come with a second book as well. So you get one box. It's usually like a signed first edition, and then you get a second book that goes along with the theme. And actually, the YA box oftentimes has an arc as the second book, which is
she bit my toe. You little turd. She's being ornery today. She's like, pay attention to me.
So yeah, if you're interested in getting arcs, or if you're interested in that, check out the Strand. And I do think I have some very old unboxings on my channel for that box. If you want to see what kinds of gifts they put in the boxes, because they are very different. They don't have
Yeah.
a lot of random gifts or something.
I got their very first one, and I've gotten several different ones of the Strands boxes because they have many different categories that you can choose from. And so I've gotten, like, I think I got one of their feminist ones. I think I got a mystery one. I got in the YA one. I've gotten a few of them, and I've unboxed them. That was like, I haven't gotten one in a long time. There are a little on the pricey side, but I don't know. I think they're kind of worth it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was always worth it because you get two books. And as I said, the YA one, they don't promise it and they don't tell you that they're putting in an arc, but 90% of my YA strand boxes had an arc in them as the
Mhm.
second book. And I just felt like that was worth it together with a normal book. And then what I also do like about the Strand a lot is that they try to be very diverse in their picks in the YA box. They try to bring like they try to choose topics that are about diversity or a lot of contemporary um, and like recent topics. So yeah, check that out. It's really good. I got a new book, The Vanishing Half, 10 pages in, and I love it. Nice. 10 pages in and already loving it. I love that. And I do think with that, we should go into our first reading sprint because
Yes.
we've been chatting for a while. We need to get better at more reading, less chatting. I'm assuming 30 minutes is okay because every time I
Mhm.
ask, you land on 30 minutes. There's always a
Yeah.
few that want to have 45 minutes, and then there's a few that say 45 is too much.
Mhm.
So I'm guessing we land on 30.
30 sounds good to me.
All right, I think I will start getting my TBR shelf done for April 1st and listen to it to get back into it, and then read with my eyes. I'm looking forward to it. So you might see me moving in the background. But actually, you shouldn't be seeing me at all. You should be reading, everyone. So happy reading.
Happy reading.
That is fun. How did you do?
That messed me up for a second. I was like, what is going on with my video? Because I was editing and then I could hear something in the background all of a sudden. And I was like, is there something weird on my video? But it was just the
Yeah,
timer.
I forgot to mute the tab, so it's muted now.
I got about a third of my video done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, editing takes a long time, so a third is good.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of like, because it was my wheel of TBR, there was a lot of me searching for books. So there's big gaps that I just had to like cut out. And the raw footage was like an hour long. But then I first went through and just got rid of all of the empty space where I'm searching for books. And that brought it down to like a little less than 30 minutes or maybe
Okay.
like 26 minutes. And so now I'm like editing that. And then I got about a third of the way through that part. So
Good. Yeah,
how'd you do with your
I'm
book?
always looking to find ways how to do my videos that it does need less editing, so it's easier to consistently get them done. Even if I don't have time. I didn't get that far in my book, maybe 10 pages. I just have a little bit of a hard time concentrating, getting back into it. Um, I don't know. I'm just feeling a little bit off for the last couple of days, and yeah, having a hard time concentrating on the book. But I really want to get this done, so I'm not getting this done at this pace. But I'm hoping the next sprint is better. Got my TBR shelf done. Not a lot of physical books. There's a few still in the mail, or a few that I'm going to get from the library. But I have a lot of ebooks this month, so it's very empty for my usual size of a TBR. This shelf is empty again, which is the books that move in during the month. So let's hope that this stays relatively empty in April. And Mo actually told me that Black Book, which I'm super pumped about. Mo was reading it on our sprints on Sunday, and I was super like excited and wanted to get it. And then we realized it's completely weird how it's available on Amazon and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
um, and like very weird pricing. Like you would pay for a paperback the same amount that you would usually pay for a hardcover, and the
Mm.
hardcover being expensive and then not being available. Really weird. And he told me that it's on NetGalley UK. I usually don't have big chances to get it for NetGalley UK, but I'm gonna try because I'm pumped. I'm hyped about that book. Let's
I just
see.
saw a question.
Hi, Kat. Nice to see you here. Read 14 pages. I hope this book stays this good. Might be the best read of 2021. Wow.
Nice.
You're really early in the book to say that, and that means a lot. So maybe we need to pick that for like we're still picking our group for the our club, and The Vanishing Half is actually on that list to potentially become the read. Maybe we need to pick that.
I've heard really, really good things about that book. That's on. I have it on my wish list. My red glasses.
They look amazing with them.
There's
I
too
love
much.
them. 20 pages.
They're fun. I just love the color. I think they're really cute.
Yes, they are.
And they make me want to dress very colorfully.
Kind of like 50s colorful, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, the last time I wore these, I had on probably the most colorful outfit I own, I think. I had a blue tank top, a long sleeve green like cardigan, and then that could also like tie in the front, and then leggings that were like rainbow striped leggings. They're from Sweet Leg, so they look like Rainbow Bright leggings, and so I was like super colorful. I was like, and then these, and then the very red lips, loved it.
Almost done with my preparations. I discovered some nice effects in PowerPoint, so it was fun to do. Yes, increasing your skills there. I love it. So many people, every page has 3 tabs. Yeah. But honestly, I feel like in Six of Crows, you will get to know them pretty quickly, and then you're going to be good. It's not like Game of Thrones. Have you guys DNF'd any books yet? I did
That
one
was the
book,
question I saw.
Zodiac series book. It just has too many big professional words for me and hard to understand.
I DNF'd one in March. I think I only DNF'd one book in March, and that was House of Leaves by Mark D. Yeah, I know you were talking about possibly getting that book. Cece, did you do it?
I just didn't get to it because of my reading this month. So, I mean, there's still so many books that I haven't gotten to because I haven't been reading that much for the past 2 weeks. I'm quite happy that if I finish this book, I still have enough for my second wrap up to be actually worth a second wrap up video. But I did not have the time to get to it.
Yeah, I DNF'd that at page 52. Wasn't a fan.
So I don't think I DNF'd anything in March, but I DNF'd 2 books in February. I cannot say February. One was the Retribution of Mara Dyer. I was just so tired of this YA lovey-dovey series. I just didn't feel it anymore. Not necessarily because it was bad, just it was not the right thing for me. And I had my buddy read pretty much tell me how it ends. And the other was a buddy read, unfortunately, as well. And that was Eve of Man. And I did a whole wrap up video about Eve of Man and why I DNF'd it. So if you want to know why, go watch that because, oh, I had feelings.
Those are always fun.
You look like Book Owl Mel with those glasses on. Love it. What is the other book options for the book club? I'm not sure what.
You're talking about your workbook club.
Oh, yes. So the other options are, let me let me just pull it up and I can tell you. The 100 Secret Senses. Then a Black Boy Out of Time. And it looks like The Girl with the 7 Names. Those are all at the same voting right now. So, yeah, that's the other options. The good thing for 2 of them, the Black Boy Out of Time and the 100 Secret Senses, or what it was called. I already have those 2 on my TBR for other reasons, so it would actually mean not an additional book, which I kind of like the idea of not an additional book on my TBR. Done my 2 chapters and I'm actually going to go to bed. Hope you enjoy your book. See you next time. Good night, Kara. It's great you were here, and it sounds like not wanting to start a new book after this one. I totally get that. I DNF'd 3 books in March: The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, The Hating Game, and The Samurai Turned Pretty. Well, I get the last one. I definitely do. Although this is like a 2-3 hour read, I powered through, but I get it. How far did you get? Because you were still reading that on, was that this Sunday? But yeah, the first one, why did you DNF that one? I want to know because I actually heard a lot of good things about this one. Have you read any of these?
I read The Hating Game and I enjoyed it. I haven't read The Subtle Art, but Marty has, and he actually really, really enjoyed it. That was a book that he actually picked up on his own and read, which just doesn't happen. And so that was something.
Hey, Mom, guess what book just got delivered?
Was it Tender Wings of Desire with Colonel? It was the Colonel Sanders novella. Too funny.
Okay. Have you read Genderqueer yet?
I have not, but it's on my April TBR. It came up in my my Cards Against my TBR video that I posted yesterday. I got the card. We're here, we're blank, get used to it. And so to fill in the blank, I picked genderqueer. So it's we're here, we're genderqueer, get used to it. I was like, perfect.
Luckily, I liked all the books I read this year. That's really good, and I'm very, very happy for you. Most of them were 4 stars. That's really good. I think I only DNF'd about 5 books in the last years. Boy Meets Boy was the most recent one, also 1984 and Lord of the Rings. Interesting choices to DNF. I have a feeling for very different reasons. Nope, but sadly I own it. So I guess your guess was wrong.
Yeah, she sent me a picture of this Tender Wings of Desire, a Colonel Sanders novella before. And I was like, oh, is it finger licking good?
Oh no. No.
Because Colonel Sanders, is Kentucky Fried Chicken or KFC.
No. Mm.
She knows what the secret recipe is.
Oh damn.
It's got like his sleeves ripped off.
Oh gosh.
And she's holding a chicken wing or a drumstick.
I have a feeling that I do need to propose this to a couple of people as a buddy read. What is it called?
Tender Wings of Desire, a Colonel Sanders novella. Ridiculous.
Okay, this is kind of, it's almost as amazing as kissing the coronavirus.
Oh my gosh.
My library is having free books. I got 5 books yesterday. Nice. I need to get to the library tomorrow and get my April books. I realized that I don't like self-help books with direct ways of what to do. Oh, okay. I wanted to try it since it was popular and it was 99p daily deal on Kindle, but that makes sense. Bless you, Noni. That said, otherwise they go in the trash. I don't understand why they can't give them to a homeless shelter or something. Yeah, right. That's weird. They're like, take them or we're going to throw them out. There's not even a way to find a way to donate them. That's weird. I could really use a pick me up. Any suggestions? Ooh.
As far as books go,
I'm assuming. So what would you consider a pick me up? Like a light fluffy romance or
sniffle. I'm trying to think of what I've read.
I've been reading a lot of heavy stuff lately. Let me look through my
Lucky Caller is cute by Emma Mills. I read that in March. It was good.
Depends on the genre. I found something like Ink and Sigil quite fun, like a funny kind of fantasy, but I'm not sure if that's your thing. I
Oh,
don't think it is.
there was this. Hold on, I have to see who the author is so I can tell you. But there was this one book that I loved. It was very funny. I had it for a long time before I ever got around to reading it. And then when I read it, I gave it 5 stars because it was hilarious. It's called Smothered by Autumn
Oh
Chiklis,
yeah,
Chiklis. Where is it?
that's a cute one.
Yeah, it's right here. Super cute. This was an arc that I had, but such a good book. Oh my gosh, I loved it. It was like it's
This
a
would be
mother-daughter relationship kind of thing, and it was quite funny.
if you're just looking for something that makes you laugh, I can absolutely recommend Quality Land. It's more of a social criticism, futuristic setting, but it's done in a way that it's actually laugh out loud, like so many times. I would just say, um, see if you can find a sample, something like, for example, on Audible or something, and listen or read the first chapter and see if it's your humor. And if you don't laugh after reading the first chapter, it's not for you. But if it is, you might be literally rolling on the floor laughing the whole time reading it. So even though it's social criticism, it's really funny.
Oh, another one is Sorry Not Sorry by Sophie Renaud. It's about a girl. She lives in the UK and she hasn't had sex in like 3 years and has been living with her best friend and her best friend's boyfriend and now turned fiance. They've moved out and gotten their own place, and now she's trying to like spark her love life. And she finds this podcast called Sorry Not Sorry, and there's like a challenge on there, and it's the Bad Girl's Guide to Dating or something like that. And so she's following all of the things in this little podcast and trying them all out. And it was a lot of fun. Super cute. I think that was another one I gave 5 stars even. It was either 4 or 5 stars, but really, really cute.
Mm, Another completely different thing that I could recommend for that is Miss Benson's Beetle. Don't know if you've already read that one. There was a Once Upon a Book Club one this year. This is more about finding yourself. It has some various topics, but it's pretty much an older lady, and it's historical fiction, but it feels very timely. It's just a historical fiction, so that some of the setting doesn't have the technology that you would have today, and it is kind of heartwarming and nice. Just read the synopsis to see if that's something for you. Um, if you don't have any more recommendations, Melanie, I'll just go through the comments. My Larry gives away free books too, but you have to give them back. Ha ha ha, Mo. That was a really good one, Mo. So the hating game. I'm so bad with secondhand embarrassment, so I would uh, give it a go. There. Okay, I get that. I like in a tiny town in Kansas. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't know what this is referring to, Autumn. Um, Something that will make me feel happy. Oh, that's where we were. Black Flamingo was a pick me up. I haven't read that yet, but it is on my list. I really need to do that. And yeah, that's how I just felt, Anna. I see what you did there, Mo. Um, The Alchemist is supposed to be a pick me up book. Not read it myself yet, though. I would not see it as a pick me up, to be honest. Um, I also wasn't the biggest fan, but I know that a lot of people are huge fans. So, but yeah, I don't see it as a personally as a pick me up. But if other people do, that's good for them.
Bye, Barbara.
Bye, Barbara. I have a tea party with a very important 5-year-old. That is my dream. Like, I want to have a very important 5-year-old that wants to have a tea party with me. My son never did. So, I love that. Um, all right. Justin, you definitely need to let us know what you're choosing as a pick-me-up. You got a lot of recommendations just now, and I'm excited to hear what you end up choosing. How about we choose to do another sprint?
Yes.
Oh, that was some weird feedback. All right. So, everyone, happy reading. See you in 30.
Enjoy.
And we're back. How did everyone do? Are you almost done or are you done? You're on mute.
I have finished another third.
Good.
Yeah, there's a lot of with this video, there's a lot of like cutting the thing and cropping and zooming and getting music lined up because I have like the little drum thing playing when my wheel is spinning, and so I got to get that lined up just right and cut off
Yeah.
at the right time. And so there's like a lot of doing the same spot over and over again until I get it right. But
Yeah, I feel you. It's,
getting
for
there.
that's good. I mean, a lot of the videos that we're making usually have a very similar type of editing, and I'm like, I need to look further into if there's an easier way to do this. Um, for example, by creating some sort of preset where you do the same thing over and over, and it just, I feel like I'm very repetitive in something that I do that could potentially be automated.
Yeah, I have a couple things that I have sort of like presets for, and I just kind of have to put in the stuff the way it is, but I still have to edit the actual video part. But like my Have I Read It's, I have my preset where it's like the background color and then this window and then my little tally mark thing and then I have to go through and edit the both videos as I'm going, and then after I finish editing that, I go back and have to re-edit the whole tally mark thing. Though I sometimes forget and I'll like export my video after I've edited the video portion, and then I go and upload it and everything. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't change the tally marks, and so they're all wrong.
Oh yeah, yeah. Um, I have with my last, I think the last read with me, where I have just where I unbox the Once Upon a Book Club boxes that are still that are still sitting on your shelves unopened. Um, I do that with music right now, so you can just listen to 1 hour of music while reading, or you can actually look at the gifts. And I put chapter markers in when uploading, so you can skip to the gifts if you don't want to watch me read for an hour, and you're just there for the unboxing part. And I keep forgetting to change the chapter marks when I'm uploading. So there's still like the chapter marks from the last time. And then I'm like, okay, now people are jumping to like gift two and there's no gift at all. So I'm really bad with that. I need to get better with that one. Jocelyn tried reading The Alchemist years ago and couldn't get into it. Thanks for the suggestion, though. I get that. It wasn't for me either. Mo has gone, needs to catch up on a couple of chores before bed, but we'll hopefully see you all on Sunday evening. Mo will be here co-hosting our Sunday sprints again. And we have Steph again. And the third one is still a surprise. You're going to see that probably tomorrow when I put it up. The 5-year-old is Barbara's granddaughter. Yeah, so maybe there's still hope. Well, for some reason, I don't think that I'm going to get a granddaughter for my son. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen in the future, but I don't know.
Well, I know that her granddaughter is like, I think it's her husband's her newer husband's granddaughter. So
Oh,
she had no children or grandchildren or anything like that until and then she's married and has gotten his whole family. So she got
that's
to skip
nice.
right to grandma.
That's kind of nice. You kind of skip the hard part, like the work part, and you get to join the fun part of playing and giving them back when they when you're tired of them. Read 7 pages after I finish my work. Thinks, yay! We'll stay for 1 or 2 sprints to read some more. That's fabulous. Yeah, I know it's a weeknight for people, although it's school holidays, right? So you shouldn't be You don't have to be up.
I know we
Tomorrow.
do. Xander's got school tomorrow.
Yeah, but like um, where Anna is, it should be school holidays, right? Um, I'm not on top of things anymore, to be honest, with the half homeschooling, half here, and then my son is in. Um, he's preparing for the exams, and then he's in summer he's going to be in the last year of school, and that is pretty much when they're treated as adults and like they're being prepared for university in a way, and like I'm out of the loop unless my son needs something like there's even no like parent teacher days anymore. They just speak to the kids directly. Most kids are adults at that point anyway, so
Yeah, they actually just switched back to fully virtual again. Um, Today was their first day being back to being fully virtual uh, because I guess too many cases started showing up at the school. And so they're like sanitizing the school. There was only like tomorrow is the last day of school before their break for spring break and Easter holidays and all that. And so they're like, okay, you're just going to virtual these last 2 days, and then hopefully we'll be able to go back to school on whatever, the 12th, I think it is, the Monday after Easter.
it's the 5th.
Oh, then the Monday after that, because they have the full week next week off.
I only read like 5 pages that sprint. So much has happened in those 5 pages, though. Well, sometimes you're gonna have to take them in slowly. Got over 30 minutes listened to while I worked on an academic report for a student. Hopefully, you all will be on for a while because I have a lot of work to get done before I can start my break. Um, well, I'm unless my I don't know what it is. It's not necessarily a cold, but if this doesn't get better and I need to go to sleep, but otherwise I'll be on for a while. I have the week off, so I don't even need to factor in having to go to work. No holidays in Hamburg. We had our break in the beginning of March. The next one is in May. I thought for some reason that all of Germany has 2 weeks around Easter. It's so weird. I was completely convinced that that's the case, but there you go. Learned something. My husband is off this week. It's been nice having him home. Oh,
My husband will be working almost constantly for the next 2 months, month and a half. So I'm not going to see him much at all. He actually, right after we started the live show, he came home and he was like, "Hi, I'm going to go take a nap." And so he's gone to sleep. He'll get up for a little bit and then he'll have to go back to sleep because he has to get up at 4:30 in the morning to go back to work.
having to get up at 4:30 in the morning would kill me. Honestly, I
Same.
don't. I don't think I could do it for long.
Having to wake up at 5:30 in the morning just to get Xander up and ready for school kills me. And I am able to go back to sleep after I get him off on the bus. But being awake for that, it's about an hour that I'm awake that I'm just like, why? I hate this. Plus, I stay up late. So I'm only getting like maybe 6 hours of sleep typically before I have to wake up and get up with him. And so then and then trying to get back to sleep after being up for an hour is difficult.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you guys read The Fever King by Victoria Lee? If so, is it good in your opinion? I have not.
Mm-mm. Neither have I.
Sorry. We would get 3 days for spring break. That's not a lot. Then the question is, how much do you get across the whole year? I was always envious of all these countries having 3 months in summer, because we would only get 6 weeks. And that felt like so little compared to the countries that have 3 months.
Let's see. Xander will get like June, July. He gets about 2 to 2.5 months in the summer. Because his school will go until like the end of May, and then right around the beginning of August, he goes back.
All right. Yeah, we don't even have the same time every year. In Germany, it's that every county has a different time, and they change around. It's like you never know when you're up. It's really weird. And then we have 2 weeks in my county in Easter, 2 weeks now for fall. That was just a week when I went to school for the first years, and then a little over a week, I think, during Christmas. So pretty much, no, it's almost 2 weeks, I think. But yeah, it's
They had a
well,
long time for Christmas this year because this year their schedule changed so much because of all of the COVID and virtual schooling and stuff. Because of the virtual school, they didn't have snow days because if it snowed, you were at home anyway. So they took all those days that they kind of schedule so many days to be able to take out for weather or whatever. And since they weren't going to be doing that, they spread them out throughout the year, and you just got longer breaks. And so their Christmas break this year, or their winter break, was like December 15th to they went back on January 9th. So they were out for like 3 weeks.
that's long. Yeah, but
Mhm.
nice. I mean, I think my son had some extra days before and after as well because they extended them. But yeah, it doesn't make it better that he has to still reach the learning goals for the year with those extra days off. Doesn't help. So excited I get this weekend off of work. Oh yes. I'm actually really excited to have this whole week. And this week has been such wonderful weather. We have some sun outside. I was able to go for a hike and sit outside in the sun and read and get some sun and warmth, and it's wonderful. And there's Melanie being like, "Oh, it's hot. I don't. It's humid. I hate
Well,
it."
no, it's raining its butt off. Like
I
we
know.
we had some nice days, and it was just like, oh, this is glorious, and it was great to be outside. But now we're back to crappy wet days. Xander's supposed to have tennis today, but no tennis because the weather's yucky.
The students here at February off. It's the whole month. Wow. So no more breaks. Yeah, I would be like that myself. Like no more breaks.
That's why do they get the entire month of February off? Is there like something special in February?
Or was it like just this year, or is it always the February? I turned my heater off yesterday because it's been really nice, but as soon as I turn it off, it's cold again.
Same. We keep having to go back and forth between heat and cold because one day it'll be 85 degrees here, and then it'll start raining and drop to 40 degrees that night.
Yeah,
It's annoying.
I turned my heater off when I got the bill. I have like, what is it in US dollars? I have to pay around $800 that I have like used more than expected. And I'm like,
Wow.
I don't heat, like, we don't heat my son's room because he just always wants to freeze. I don't heat my bedroom. I have the kitchen on low. I don't heat the guest bathroom because it's more of a like closet kind of thing that nobody uses. I have little heat in my bathroom. So the only room that I'm heating is the living room slash office. And I keep that at, what is it, 68 to 70 degrees. And I feel like, how am I using that much?
That's
I
crazy.
like, I don't know. And We've had also one part of the bill, like I live with two other parties in my house, and there's one part of the bill that is heating for general areas. And we know only one heater that this could be, and this one doubled in what it used compared to last year. And we're like, what for? It's like the laundry room. Nobody wants heating in there, but our landlord locked it so that we can't turn it off. But how is it suddenly doubling in what it's using? So yeah, not happy about my bill. And then I was like, I'm gonna be under my blanket for the rest of the year if because I'm not gonna pay another 800 next year. We get 2.5 for summer. That's not a lot. We get 3 days at Thanksgiving and then Christmas Eve until the 1st. That's nothing. Next year, we are supposed to get a week at spring break. I mean, that sounds similar to what I get in the working world, probably. But that
Minus the
sounds.
2.5 months for summer.
Oh yeah, it's 2.5 months. I read 2.5 weeks. I'm like, oh my god, that is nothing. But that's 2.5 months. Then that makes sense though. To get two and a
Well,
half.
so that's what we get. We get the 2.5 months in the summer and the 3 days at Thanksgiving. But then we also got 3 weeks for Christmas.
But do you always get 3 weeks at Christmas, or was that a one-time thing?
I think we typically get like 2 to 2.5, something like that. And this year for Thanksgiving, we actually got the full week off instead of just 3 days. Normally we get the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off. But this time they went ahead and gave us the Monday and Tuesday as well.
Okay. I continue teaching through the summer for summer services. That's do you have to, or is that just because you're nice, or is that because you get extra money, or what's the reason behind this? My parents both are teachers as well, and they had things to do during summer, but not all of the weeks. I went to school in Russia for a few years. The 3 months in summer were amazing, but the other holidays are shorter and there are less of them. Also, Russia has 6 school days a week. Yeah. Well, I grew up with 6 school days a week as well, until my last 2 years. So I feel that, well, the first years in elementary school were 5 days, and then the last 2 years were 5 days because they changed it. But between that, 6 days.
We need to go through these comments so we can get
Yeah.
some more sprints going.
Yeah. Marlon, it is pouring outside.
Here too.
This week it's 80 degrees, and next week it's supposed to rain. They're usually a few days off in February, Kuwait National Day and such, but it's just this year that this happened. Okay, that makes. Also, we don't celebrate Christmas here, and New Year's is just a few days off. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I get extra month, which helps pay the bills. Okay, that's cool. You two are my favorite booktubers. Aw, I think because from what I can tell, you read almost every kind of genre, and you channel not all about new books. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. I read everything.
Well, I don't read much horror, to be honest. I think that's pretty much the only thing that I flat out don't read at the moment. And I don't read a lot of like pure romance. Other than that,
I read horror occasionally, but not really. Not like that's not my go-to kind of genre. And I like romance. I read a lot of romance, but mostly like contemporary romance, YA romance, not like Regency historical romance kind of. Those are not my jam. Those annoy me actually. they're just over the top and silly most of the times, and I just can't.
I just get tired of hearing about new books and fantasy books. Well, I do read fantasy, but I don't read just fantasy. But I get that about the new books. I feel like that it's a trend on BookTube that a lot of people think that they need to talk about all the new books that are hyped to get the views. Also, if people are starting to work with publishers, they probably will be talking about new books as well. So I get why that is happening in some cases, but I also get why it's not what you want.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely have some lovely new books. Isn't this gorgeous? This is
It is. What is this? Why is this so gorgeous? Oh, it's the
Chain of
cane.
Iron. It's a like a sleeve or box or whatever you call it. But isn't that so pretty? This was
And
like
it,
the Lit Crate Joy special.
okay.
I love it.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, we do read, we both do read new books from time to time, but I think
Then we
for a
also
lot,
read older books.
yeah, just looking at my TBR for April that's behind me, most of it is older. But then I also read a couple of
When this
books.
came out. This came out, it looks like 2016. So 5 years old.
Well, I think it's good if you have a good mix, and I think we both do. I agree. My goal this year has been to read as many of the books I own as possible, lots of backlist books. I should be doing that as well. I should be getting some inspiration from you in doing that, but I'm actually trying to get my arc, like my NetGalleys and that kind of stuff down. So I read a lot of ebooks right now. And then I look at my shelf that has like around 400 physical books that I haven't read. I'm like, oh, not a good decision. All right. I have a feeling you're eager to get into the next sprint to get finished, right?
Yes. Yes,
I'm
yes.
eager to get some more reading done as well because the book is really good. So, happy reading. See you in 30.
Enjoy.
And that is 30 minutes. Welcome back. How did everyone do? Are you done, Melanie?
No. I had like 45 seconds left.
Oh no! Oh no! But then you get to read in the next sprint.
Yeah, I had to get up for a second because Xander, I needed to talk to Xander about his schoolwork. And so had I not gotten up and talked to Xander.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got like 45 seconds left of the video. How did you do with your reading?
25 pages. I'm back in the story. I'm enjoying it. And according to my Bookly, I only need 6 more hours of reading to get it done. I'm over halfway, so that's good. Oh, that looks like an elaborate scarf.
This is the one that keeps nibbling me for attention. Ah, she's currently got her claws digging into my back. Quit. Oh, gosh. Okay.
I probably could have read 30 pages, but I saw Jocelyn saying, by the way, I just saw Black back on script, and yeah, I pretty much stopped what I was doing, checked it out, and it is on script. Now I have to find a way to weasel it into my TBR because I didn't plan for it, for being able to get it. So
I'm being cleaned.
yeah, I was saying, like, is this cleaning or are you going to be eaten?
I might be eating. I don't know.
Thank you, Jocelyn, for pointing that out. I have requested the ARC on NetGalley at this point, but as I said, I'm not very hopeful that I'm going to get it because on NetGalley they tend to, well, first of all, my percentage is only like 66%, and then they tend to look for people who are in the US or in the UK. It's much easier for me to get German books, but I don't want them. I want Blackback. But thank you for the recommendation. Now I can read it. I see how fast your physical TBR can grow. I only have like 8. Now I have 17. Yeah, that's how I felt 4 years ago. And now I have 400.
Same. That's how I felt 4 years ago. And now I have a couple thousand.
I have 25% left and it's 10 p.m., quarter past 10 here. I'll try my best to finish. Yes, you're going to be able to do this. 19% left, but I'm falling asleep. Oh no! Good night. Well, you're going to finish it tomorrow then. If you were able to read 6% in like 20 minutes, that's going to be quick. On page 49, I'm telling you, you have to read this book. It is so good. Okay. I mean, it is definitely TBR. But do I have to read it in a book club to discuss it? Or is it just something that I have to read? Because that's always hard, I feel like, to pick which book to read if I haven't read it, to say, okay, I don't know which book would be better to discuss.
Well, I mean, it seems the majority of people do very much enjoy that book. So that would probably be a good one.
One of the other books that is up is for a different book club, and I know that they researched strong women from like all different areas in the world in different times, and I feel like that could potentially be something to talk about as well. And then Black Boy out of what was the full name? It's a memoir. I feel like that could be something to discuss quite well as well. So what do we pick? Help me pick. About 30 more pages read. These books are such quick reads. They are. I was surprised that I'm more than halfway through already. Yes, that's how I felt with the Grisha trilogy as well. Kitty. Yeah.
This is a big fluff ball.
It
That's all
is.
she is. She's just fluff.
And it looks so funny when she's like, you can't see a head. It just looks like a big furry.
This is where she likes to hang out. She's
I
like,
get
she's like, I'm actually a bird sitting on your shoulder. I'm.
that.
She thinks she's tiny.
Well, I can absolutely relate to thinking you're tiny when you're not. But maybe she's waiting for a bird to sit on the shoulder. 18 pages read of The Beautiful and Damned. I hope you're liking it. I'm trying to finish a documentary series on Netflix about Flint. I grew up outside of the city in the suburbs. I moved before the water crisis. Is that the is that the city where um, the water was like everybody said there's something in the water
Yeah, the
that makes
water is
it sick?
contaminated.
Yeah, and then um, it was this whole big political scheme to say, nah, it's okay. Um,
Yeah, people like you can't drink the water there.
yeah, but is that the one where even like Trump got involved and said, no, it's fine. You would be okay, but everybody there was like, no, it's not fine. You can't drink it, and it was
Yeah.
like a long battle. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy.
Katniss.
What are you looking at? Uh, did you say 1,000?
Actually, I said a couple thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have over 2,000 books.
Yeah, moving on. Nothing to see here. Moving on. Do you have the exact number, by the way? Like, do you have like a library where you would be able
I had until I did my haul for this month. Like before doing my haul for this month, I had 2,215, and I think I hauled. Excuse you. I think I hauled 24 books this month, so 2,239. Yeah.
This is a workout for your arms, isn't it? Like
Yes.
pulling, like this does not look fun.
Yes.
This
It's
does,
not like she's sitting in my lap. She's like literally trying to sit
yeah,
here.
close to your heart. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Or close to my shoulder. She likes to just drape herself across my shoulder, but when she does that, to keep herself in place, she like attaches her claws to my back. And I'm like,
Fun. Well, I just started reading again. Also, I haven't read that many books. That's fine, as long as you enjoy what you read. It doesn't matter how many. I need a cat. So cute. It
she
is
is very cute. She's very, very clingy, figuratively and literally. She likes to cling to my back.
well, I love when pets are cuddly. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just joined. What are you guys reading? I'm doing They Call Us Enemy today. Oh, have you heard about this? It sounds like a good title, but I haven't heard about this, and I want to know more. So I'm gonna have to read that. I'm reading The Dragon Republic. I am halfway through. It is heavy but amazing, and I'm loving it.
I will hopefully be able to get to Our Chemical Hearts in this next sprint. And I'm like 68 pages. This is by Crystal Sutherland. I'm enjoying it so far, but I've been doing productivity sprints, trying to get a video edited. I'm so close.
Yay for productivity sprints. I think it would be nice to discuss the book, but I will be honest, it does have a hard topic in the first chapter. So if you didn't make it book club, I would put disclaimer for people that experienced it. Yeah, um, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's
You're a
good
man.
advice. They switched the water source, which contaminated the water with lead. Oh yes, they. I remember this. I don't know why I know this. I must have seen a
It was
documentary.
all over the news.
Yeah, but not in Germany.
I don't know. I think it made news worldwide.
I I think I've seen it in a documentary that was leading up to an election at some point, where on on a channel that was all English. I don't know, but I remember that they switched the source to something that was actually not making sense because it was further away or something. But anyways, yeah, good. Good that you. I'll have to check if there's a documentary on Netflix available for us too, because that's quite interesting. Yeah, that's not
It
my
is
goal.
what it is. There are not enough bookshelves in my house to hold all the books in my house. And that's not even including Xander's little library he's got building in his room.
I love that your son is into reading as well. Nobody in my family is into reading, like nobody. And well, I'll just have to read for all of them as well.
I just gave him yesterday after I finished filming the haul. I gave him his edition of oh gosh, I forget what the name of it is. The new Victoria Schwab book, the Cassidy Blake series. It's the third
Yeah.
book that just came out. Because he gets
I remember.
yeah, put you down. Oh. He gets the hardcovers and I get the UK paperbacks. And so I brought that up to him last night and he was like, oh, is this the new one? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, starts to open it. I'm like, wait a minute, it's bedtime.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So,
here.
How many are unread? How many of your 2000 something?
Oh, it's called Bridge of Souls.
That's it.
A lot. Because like most of the ones that I read, unless they're 4 stars or higher, I get rid of them. So there's a lot that are unread because I've gotten rid of a lot of read ones. So the unread definitely outweigh the read on my shelves. I could probably, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 bookshelves could hold what I've read and I still own. Maybe 3 bookshelves. And then the other 9 are unread.
I mean, you did say that 4 years ago you had like a very little number of books and you acquired then probably over 2000 books at least in those 4 years. And I'm assuming that you haven't read 2000 books in 4 years. So I think everybody who can, everybody can do the math here.
Let's see. Actually, the last time I filmed a bookshelf tour was at the end of 2017. So a little over 3 years ago.
Are you doing a new one now?
At some point. It's way intimidating now because there's so many. But the one I did in 2017, I had half the bookshelves and I had 450 plus books. I probably had like 480 books at that time. And now I have over 2000.
How many do you read in a year?
How many did I read last year? Let me see. I want to say I probably read like 200 last year, maybe. I have to look. I can't remember.
So, to put it into perspective, you have like 10 years worth of books in your house.
Yeah, I read 230 books in 2020.
That's good.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of
but
a lot of
you
books.
have 10 years worth of books.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. If I could read, if I continue to read 230 books a year, I can get through them in 10 years. If I didn't buy any more.
Yeah, because that's not going to happen. Well, I
need to be able to like download them directly into my brain.
That would be great.
Just like SD card. Okay, book read.
Well, but I mean, on one side, I would love it because then you could get through so many books so much faster. But then where's the enjoyment,
Yeah, but some of them are just for the like knowledge that or whatever, you know. Some of it's
Yeah, if I
just
could choose, if I could choose, some I'll read and some I'll download. I would make that.
mm-hmm.
So this
Read
question.
through osmosis, just like sleep with a book on my face.
So what type of cat is Katniss?
White fluffy. I don't
um,
know. We adopted her about a year ago, and we adopted her from the animal shelter, and I just know she's old. Like they told us she was 10 years old when we adopted her.
wow.
Yeah, so she's. I mean, if they were right about her age, which I don't really know how well they can judge that.
Right.
I don't actually think she's 10 years old because of how active and everything she is and how well she can move around and all that. She doesn't seem to have any like old cat issues. So
Right.
I think she's younger than they said, but I don't really know. Just white and fluffy and very clingy. She got really pretty eyes. They're like really, really light green.
She's
She's
cute.
very sweet.
Yeah, Camilla, I just looked it up. It's a graphic novel by George Takei about his childhood in Japanese internment camps. I actually want to read that as well. I heard very good things about it, and it looks very appealing and interesting. And dying to finish the Poppy War series. Yes, I hope I'm going to finish the Poppy War series in April. Put the third one right behind me on my TBR. And Steph has just joined us. Hi, Steph.
Hi.
I think I'll go to bed as soon as you start the next sprint. Alarm goes off at 6:30. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the sprint. Have a nice stream, everyone. Thank you for joining us again, Anna. Always happy to see all your reading that you get done with us. I have hundreds of unread physical books. I decided late last year that I need to either read them or they have to go. There are just too many that I don't plan on keeping after I read them. Yeah, I feel that. I wish more books would have disclaimers about potential triggering stuff, but then again, almost anything can start a panic attack or start a PTSD trigger. Just depends what has happened personally. I agree. I think content warnings are good, but then I feel like there's a difference between trigger warning and content warning. Content warning you can do, but trigger warning, if I understand it correctly, it's usually very everyday things that form a trigger, and like you couldn't potentially even attempt to list all triggers.
Though at the same time, sometimes content warnings could spoil things at the same
Oh,
time.
but you can skip them. If you're not worried about it, you can skip them. I mean, if you, for example, in the first page of the book, if you put content warnings, if you're not worried about anything being that you're concerned about, you can skip it. And if you are concerned about it, you can read it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, say one person they don't want to read about a certain thing, like a kid that's been physically abused, but the book has something involving suicide in it, and they put a content warning about the suicide that happens in the book, and the person reads the content warnings to see if it says anything about a child being abused, and then they get spoiled by finding out somebody commits suicide, which, you know, depending on the book, could be a spoiler.
Yeah, that's true. We've had this discussion on another live, and I know that somebody wrote in the comments that they said that they um, look for the content warnings because they have several things that trigger them, and you probably have to weigh it. And they said I'd rather be spoiled than be triggered.
Mhm.
Um, and you can make the decision if you think that you need to look at the content warnings. In my dream world, on and like imagine a world where on bookstores, like let's say Amazon, you have a profile and you say content warnings. I don't want to read anything that is XYZ, and you just put it in your profile. and the content warnings aren't necessarily promoted big on the product page so that you don't necessarily see them. But if you put it into your cart or on your wish list, a little like alert comes up saying, "Hey, this contains content warnings for," and it only
One of
shows
the
you the one.
things that you mark that you don't want.
Exactly. So it just shows
That
you
is
the
a
one.
really good idea. That's a really, really good idea. When I talk about a book, I do try to let people know content warnings, but I also try not to tell anything that's going to be a spoiler. So if I think something might be a spoiler, I won't say it. But I'll tell anything else that I can think of that might be,
Yeah.
Hey, if you got an issue with this, this isn't the book for you.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I feel like most content warnings, I don't feel like they're necessarily spoilers. They just tell you what kind of book it is, like what type of mood you might also be getting into when you're reading this. But usually, a lot of the things that are content warnings are not necessarily plot twists. If they're obviously if they're plot twists, then they're definitely spoilers. But yeah. Anyways, this can be a very long discussion. We'll have to convince everybody to um, somehow set up my idea that you just see the content warnings that you select for yourself.
That was in response to how many I haven't read.
Time to film a new one. Yes, bookshelf tour.
Yeah.
Just joined. I hope I'm not too late. You're never too late. We're gonna read some more, and we should be reading some more soon. Do you read on e-readers? Yes, I do. Mel?
Typically I don't, but unless I'm traveling. If I'm traveling, like I'm going to be gone for a long time, and I've like, especially if I'm like flying or something and have limited luggage that I can carry, then yeah, at that point I'll have a Kindle with me or something with tons of books loaded on it, which
Yeah.
haven't been read in like forever because I only do it when I'm flying somewhere. So yeah, it's been years since I've read anything on my Kindle.
Oh, really? Well, I do prefer holding a real book in my hand, but obviously all the e-arcs that I have, I read on Kindle. And I'm actually trying to actively read more and get used to reading more on Kindle because I realized that I have an unconscious bias against ebooks. Like I automatically think the quality is less in an ebook for some reason, and I don't know why. Even though it's the same book that I could get it as a print, for some reason I instantly feel like it's an ebook. It can't be as good as the stuff that I have in like print. And I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe because typically I have been reading indie self-published things and arcs as an ebook, and then all the hyped books, all the five-star um, like the Brandon Sanderson stuff, the all all the stuff that I'm obviously not getting an arc for because they are bigger. I read them in physical copies. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I realized that that's the case, and because I want to move more into an area where I might not have as much access to physical books all the time, I want to get used to being able to read more on a Kindle. Do you, Willow? Do you read on e-reader? Mel is here, and there's the cow emojis. Very amusing. And the poor Melanie still doesn't know what this is referring to. You're not on the inside joke. I thought I read a lot last year, but nowhere near you, Mel. If I find a book that has anything about what I went through, I will put it down right away and DNF it, even if I love the book. That's fair. But would you want to have um, content warnings that could spoil you for other topics? so that you would be warned about this being in a book. Totally agree. I can read trigger warnings because I feel like it's a. I can read trigger warnings because I feel like it's a spoiler.
I think she meant to say I can't read
Yeah,
trigger warnings because I feel like
that.
it's a spoiler.
When is the next sprint? In like a minute. Just getting through the last comments, and then we're gonna go into the next sprint. I have to go get food for dinner. I'll be back later if you're still on. So you probably haven't heard my question. I have that with audiobooks. They always get a lower rating. Somehow I don't get attached to the world and the characters. I mean, that's fair. It's a very different medium. I prefer physical books for the fact that I like collecting them and owning them, but I do love an e-reader for ease of reading.
Me too.
Cannot relate. Oh wait, I would want them in the book, by the way, but now I'm leaving. Bye. I think that was very clearly telling us that we should start the next sprint. Um, all right, I think Anna is leaving. So have a good night, Anna, and everybody else. Happy reading, and see you in 30.
Enjoy.
And that is time again. I get another 25 pages in. What about everybody else?
I got 19 pages. I actually got to read this time.
Awesome.
And right, like 30 seconds before the sprint ended, I heard my video finish exporting. So next sprint, I'll start uploading. Or maybe I'll finish my chapter and then I'll start working on uploading. Oh yeah, my next chapter, like I'm down here, like at the bottom of the page, and the next chapter is there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I'll finish that and then I'll work on uploading.
Yeah, so excited to hear what everybody else has been doing. But look at what Jocelyn wrote. Just went out and checked my mail, book mail from Mel.
Yay! She was the winner of the wedding date for the live show that I did during the spring in a reading-a-thon.
I remember that. That's awesome. I love it. Oh, I'm in such a weird mood. It's so weird because I don't feel really like fit, but I'm so in this book right now. So I don't know if you've ever been in this. You're like, I feel a little bit sick and I should go lie down, but I actually feel so good in concentrating with my book right now. Usually it doesn't work this way, and it's kind of interesting. I'm finishing this book today. It's just another 5 hours and 45 minutes of reading.
But you could always take a nap, or are you like at least laying down while you're reading, like laying back reading?
Well, not. I mean, it looks like it, but not really. I think it looks like is when I lean back here, but it's not really. It's the my eyes that feel tired kind of thing, but I don't feel mentally tired. Like when you have a cold and you just feel like your eyes are burning a little bit, that's kind of what's happening. So that's the only thing that I feel, and a little bit of pressure here.
So maybe you should take a break from physically reading and like listen to an audiobook for a little while and just kind of sit there with your eyes closed and listen.
Well, I am listening to the same book on audiobook while I'm reading it physically, so I can just close my eyes, but it doesn't feel right to close my eyes on a live. It's like, we do not want to go there.
Well, I mean, as long as you don't fall asleep.
Well, I mean, there's always a danger of that happening, right? So
Yeah, but then the alarm would go off for this end of the
I just
sprint.
muted that. So
No, I meant when we're in a sprint though, it wouldn't be muted.
oh, but yes, it's muted. The alarm for the thingy, it's muted, so it doesn't. Like I muted that tab.
Well, you could just not mute it so that you hear an alarm. So if you did happen to fall asleep, your alarm would go off.
Oh, you just would enjoy that, wouldn't you?
That would be funny. I'd be like, CC, hey CC, wake up.
Well, I mean, I'm not tired, but you never know what happens when you close your eyes. I'm at 18 pages again. That's great progress. I'm reading The Dragon Republic. It's pretty much as heavy as the first book. There's a lot of realness, I feel like, about war, and but I love that it's real.
It's smelling really good in my house right now. Marty's cooking dinner.
We're at that point again where we are that everybody needs a Marty.
Yeah, we picked a meal that was going to be like a kind of a quick meal since I wasn't going to be helping or anything because of the live show, and so he can cook that. And I'm smelling it, and it smells really good. I don't even remember what we're having. I think it's chicken and green beans or something like that, but it smells really good.
The last time as well, chicken and green beans, but it was like this. Was it like a HelloFresh chicken?
Home chef.
Oh, Yeah.
This is Home Chef too. We eat a lot of Home Chef.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, it looked really healthy, so that's what I liked about it.
Oh yeah, it is the walnut crusted chicken with basil pesto sauce and green beans. That's what we're having for dinner.
That sounds really good. I could go for some
Mhm.
green.
It smells really good. And it's only 475 calories.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I want green beans now. Looking at my shelf if I have green beans. I don't think I do. Oh, I have some in the freezer. But yeah, I don't need to make some green beans now. I read 19 pages. I started crying over something that wasn't even sad. I'm so confused. I've never cried over the Twilight Saga before. It makes no sense. It makes sense somehow. I mean, there's a reason why you get emotional. So maybe something just relates to your life right now, or to something that's happening in your life that makes you happy, sad, or sad, sad.
Are you reading the Twilight Saga right now?
That's what I'm reading from.
Because it's funny because Twilight was actually just mentioned in my book. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on, because it was funny. He was talking about so this girl, her name's Grace. She's a strange girl, and he said, I hate to go all Twilight, but I could suddenly empathize with how Edward found such a dullard interesting. Not that Grace was dull. She was sharp and witty with a humor so dark it could have played Batman. But I finally understood old Sparkly's attraction to Bella. The less I could read Grace, the less I understood about her, the more enraptured I became. I needed desperately to understand what was going on in the dark, twisted, hilarious halls of her mind. But it was funny. Because it was talking about Twilight and Bella being dull.
I like how they picked it up in this book. Sounds interesting. Once again, time zones are so weird. Mel is talking about dinner, and I'm thinking about making breakfast. Yep, time zones. We had a big discussion on. So the whole cow thing comes from a reading sprint that we did on Melanie's channel, and
That Melanie?
yeah, that one, a book feed, and we talked about time zones and switching to daylight savings and everything, and the whole cow thing came because we talked about how in Queensland they're not switching to daylight savings because apparently it would confuse the cows. And um, even though that was ridiculous, we went on a tangent about cows, and Connor from Connor's Library started Googling fun facts about cows, and it actually made my whole freaking week to learn that cows have best friends. I just quite feel like that's so wholesome, and yeah, talking about how people never realize that cows run because they never do, and then when you suddenly see a cow running, you're like, oh my god, they can run.
Yeah,
um,
they can run. I've seen a cow run before.
yeah,
If
but
they get
it's not.
startled, they run.
It's like they only run if they really like, if there's really a reason. They not like horses that just run for fun.
Mhm.
Um, and I did read, no, I did hear on a documentary once that this is most likely because of how we are breeding them to be efficient milk givers, and the others are being bred to be a lot more like humongous than nature has actually planned, and that cows must be in quite a lot of pain, actually. So I don't know how much truth is in this, but it seemed very true in this documentary. It actually made a lot of sense, and so I'm assuming running hurts cows more than it would, for example, hurt horses. so they don't just run for fun. I get that. Having been a really big girl, I didn't run for fun at the end anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you think about girls that are very top heavy, not really liking running because
Nope.
the same issue.
Yep.
The other.
So I can relate. Yeah, I'm reading Twilight. I had nothing else to read, so I thought I'd go on a nostalgia trip. So loving the nostalgia, but please share with us, what is it like to have nothing else to read? Because I can't relate.
I can't relate either.
I
I could
have,
probably go like this and find a book that I haven't read. Yep, I haven't read that.
yeah.
I could probably do that in any direction. Yep, I haven't read that. Oh, well,
Can
yeah, I haven't read that either.
you also share which ones you just blindly picked?
Chain of Iron. This one was There Are Things I Know by Karen B. Golightly. And this one is Fault Line by C. Desser. But there are so many that I haven't read.
I do feel that too. And then I look at my plans and I'm like, how am I ever going to get through? Like, how am I going to get through all these? Like, I'm not going to be able to get through these in a year. So I don't know what I'm going to do when I move out, because it's getting closer and closer to only being potentially one more year that I'm going to live here. So it's kind of weird. It's weird. Let's see what happens, because first my son has to have a plan of moving out too. So
You need to get to those physical books if you're going to
yeah,
get through them.
it doesn't really work with my
Reasonable that you have to take with you.
yeah, doesn't really work with the catching up on NetGalley and trying to get into ebook plan, but yeah.
You might want to like take a pause on the ebook stuff and work on the physical stuff. Especially if you want to like get those down to a lot less over the next year.
Yeah, I'm thinking about ways of what I do with my books when I move out, and I was even thinking about, hey, maybe I can store them at my brother's and then have my nieces pick my monthly TBR and send them in a box to me or something. That would be a fun TBR game. My nieces
That would be fun, except you have to also remember how much shipping is there.
Well, if I can get to a place in Germany, as long as it's within the country, it would be okay. Honestly, I hate it. We recently moved, so I haven't unpacked my newer books yet. Oh, so that's why. I'm yay, cow facts. Yes, I totally hear you about the running and things that are heavy. Also, I can relate to not having anything to read either. Moving makes sense. Yeah. Mel, if you now see randomly cow emojis popping up, people are coming from this live, and everybody's sharing how amusing it was.
Welcome back, Autumn.
Has anybody read the yellow wallpaper? What's that?
I have to Google this. Or not Google it, look it up on Goodreads.
I lately love everything yellow, so that already intrigues me, but yellow wallpaper?
Yellow wallpaper and other stories?
Oh, that already does not sound good because I am not into anthologies.
I still have my thing pulled up from my year in books, so I could see how many books I read in 2020. I apparently read 83,390 pages.
Wait, what? Say that again?
83,390 pages.
I'll have to look. That's for last year?
Yeah.
I'll have to look up mine in a second. So I just pulled up the yellow wallpaper. It seems like it's a short story, 63 pages. A woman and her husband rent a summer house, but what should be a restful getaway turns into a suffocating psychological battle. This chilling account of postpartum depression and a husband's controlling behavior in the guise of treatment will leave you breathless. How can he put all this in 63 pages?
Wow.
Like, how is that even a thing?
Okay, so
Uh,
I just took that. Oh wait, the number didn't go in right. Hold on. 83,390 divided by 12. That was 6,949 pages a month. I mean, yeah, a month. That's a lot. Oh no, where'd Cece go? I can't click on any of the comments or anything because I'm not in control here. Hold on. Oh, there she is.
and she was gone. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the window suddenly closed.
I was like, oh, where'd she go? I was like, I can't click on any comments or anything. I'm not in control here.
Yeah. So 2020, I read 149 books. But wait, where's my stat?
If you look at your year in books, it'll show you like how many books you read and the pages and all of that.
I'm trying to open that up, but
I don't know if you got disconnected before I said what my monthly number was, but I took that and divided it by 12, and it was 6,949 pages a month.
that sounds about right. I'm not sure why this is the year in books. There it is. I knew that you had to go about it a little bit differently than just clicking on the challenge. So,
Yeah, if you click on the thing at the top that says My Books, and then there's like different things to the left that you can click on, and
I feel like
where you have all your bookshelves and stuff, there's like below the bookshelves, there's your reading activity, and there's review drafts, reading challenges, that kind of stuff, and there's year in books there.
so. It's 58,992. My average rating was 3.7.
What was my average rating? My average rating was 3.9.
You had a better year than I did.
My first review of the year was a 1-star DNF.
Oh. Oh, that's not a good way to start the year. But honestly, 2021 has been going really great so far. I already read 19,088 pages this year. So
I don't know about my stuff just because I need to update my, like, the only thing that's in Goodreads right now is my January stuff. I'm a little behind. I gotta go put all that in.
my friend keeps asking me to read it. Well, it's only 63 pages, the short story, The Yellow Wallpaper. So it's an hour read. You
Hold
could
on.
like.
Is that the whole thing or just the one story? Because there's 2 entries into.
Well, The Yellow Wallpaper is the one short story, and then there's The Yellow Wallpaper and Other Stories is a book.
Yeah,
With,
apparently it's only 70 pages. The
and
Yellow
other
Wallpaper and Other Stories is only 70
you have
pages.
7 pages of other stories.
Okay. Weird. All right.
And my ever-growing pile hoard of TBR keeps growing. Same. Damn, then they're me that only get through a chapter a day. But that's fine. You
A
don't
chapter a day it's reading.
have a lot more than the average human does. So a lot more. Like before I did BookTube, what I read like 4 or 5 books a year. I think I heard Yellow Wallpaper is a true story. Oh, that makes it like worse. Like having read the synopsis and hearing that it's a true story, I don't think if I could take it. I'm debating whether to keep reading or write some more of my novella. Character descriptions are hard, but this book is dragging a bit. Well, I mean, you can switch it up,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, I was the first 3 sprints I spent actually editing, not reading.
So, yeah, do that. Switch it up. No, why not? If you're feeling it, do. Uh, That looked so weird. What you just like? Yeah, it looked weird. Part of it in the frame just looked interesting.
Oh, okay.
She's so pretty. I can just stare at her.
Hi. She's got these pretty green eyes.
Yeah. Oh, so cute. Should we read some more? Oh, look at
Yes.
this. I agree.
Yes. She is very, very floofy. Very floofy. You are very floofy.
Like so cuddly. I mean, I love that. I mean, not all cats are like that. So
Oh no. We have quite a few that are not like this. She is definitely the most like hold me, love me all the time cat.
I mean, I love it looking from afar. I don't know how annoyed I would be if that would be my cat constantly being like, "Oh, you want to read? No, today."
Yeah, no, sometimes it's annoying. Yeah, sometimes it's like, come on. I'm trying to do something here.
But like, I mean, does she think she's a snake? Maybe.
I don't know what she thinks she is. I think she thinks she's a movie star and just wants to be on camera because
Uh,
she does this when I like sit down on the floor to film. As soon as I say the hey guys thing, which I'm not saying it like I normally would because other cats will come running as well because they're like, oh, put me on camera.
I love it.
There's a couple like whenever I say that they just swarm me and I'm like, seriously? I'm trying to film.
I love it. They know when to come. It's like a feeding call.
I know, right? I'm like, I don't have anything for you. I'm busy.
Maybe it's the change in tone that sounds so exciting that they get excited or something.
Maybe.
Interesting. That I feel like a somebody who's studying psychology in university should write a paper about this, like do their master thesis about that because I want to read it. Anyways, let's get some more reading done, shall we?
Just wear her like this.
How does she immediately think like, okay, let's see how I'm gonna make that work?
So she's just like, okay, I'm here, I guess. Okay,
I love.
your hair. Okay.
Okay,
Her claws were like stuck in my hair.
and things, so we admire them instead of watching the thing. Yeah, yeah, I get that.
All right. Are we gonna read now? I
Yes.
think now's a good time for another sprint.
Oh, I need to put up
My
the
hair. You messed up my hair.
in because that closed too. There we go. All right. See you in 30. Happy reading.
Enjoy.
And that is right. Unfortunately, I have like half a page left in the chapter, but that's just how it is.
Yeah. I managed to finish the chapter I was on like 10 seconds before the sprint was over.
Nice.
Let's see, I got 3 more page, no, 87. Yes, 3 more pages read of Our Chemical Hearts. And then I was working on uploading my video. And then before I finished with that, Marty was finished with dinner. So I was eating and I ate all my food. But while I was doing that, I was listening to, I started Moxie. This is on Hoopla, which is like an app my library uses. So I started this and I got to page 21 of it. So
That's a progress. Wow.
yeah, the first 2
Nice.
chapters of that.
So Autumn has another question. Good nonfiction books. I've read Uncomfortable Conversations with Black Men, and I loved it. I like books like that. You can answer this after the sprint. So I'm wondering what you mean by like that. So I have quite a few nonfiction books that I love and that I am happy to share. I actually have 2 next to me that I recently read that I enjoyed, but I don't know what it is about them that you're looking for. Are you a nonfiction reader, Mel?
Yeah, I read some. I had, let's see, I had 2, no, 3 nonfictions, I think, made it to my top 20 of 2020. One was like a travel guide. It was like how to travel the world on $50 a day. Another was The Other Westmore by Westmore. And it's about these 2 different Black men in Maryland. They both have the same name. One ended up like this, like, I think like a Nobel Prize winner and stuff, this big award winner, that, you know, that kind of thing. And then the other ended up in prison for murder. Like he was in life in prison. And they were both about the same age. They came from pretty similar neighborhoods in Maryland, pretty similar backgrounds. And it kind of talks about how their life followed the same path to a certain point and then where they veered off. And it was really good. And then another one is by Caitlin Dowdy, I think is how you pronounce it. Should be right around here. It was Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs? Oh, here it is. Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs by Caitlin Dowdy. Or Dowdy. And it says big questions from tiny mortals about death. And she's a mortician and she answers like all of these questions that kids have asked her over the years, obtaining to death. And it was really, really interesting and really entertaining. Yeah, it's kind of morbid, but it wasn't like gross and things like that. But it was like what would happen if you swallowed a bag of popcorn before you died and were cremated? Or do conjoined twins always die at the same time? How does a whole adult fit in a tiny box after cremation? Can I preserve my dead body in amber like a prehistoric insect?
I love that. I'm gonna have to pick that one up. That sounds funny and educating at the same time.
It really was. It was so interesting. I loved it the entire time. And I'm like, yes, I will absolutely read more by her.
So what have I loved? I've loved River in Darkness. It's about a man and his family's well, not only his escape from North Korea, but to Japan, but also how they ended up there, how they were lured back into getting back to North Korea from Japan, and then how it was living there, and then him fleeing. Heartbreaking, very well written memoir that teaches so much about history. I love when a memoir reads a little bit like a fiction book when it then teaches about history.
Mhm.
I also love Freakonomics. Just look it up. It's so long ago that I read it, but it's pretty much interesting. Just interesting facts about economy. It literally says a rogue economist explores the hidden side of everything. Um, I love how to win friends and influence people for simply understanding um, how to approach people and how it kind of increases your empathy. Um, I have enjoyed AI Superpowers, China and Silicon Valley. Kind of explores a little bit about how artificial intelligence and how um, our progress in science, not necessarily in science, but in technology, why that is so strong in the Silicon Valley and why these big name companies have failed in China. I enjoyed that. There was some piece about it where it was like, "Ugh, I don't necessarily want to read about this person's life and him being like, ooh, I want to spend more time with my family because family is everything and hard work is not." I'm like, I'm here to read about the economy and stuff. So I don't necessarily care about that, even though he might be right, but it's not the book for that. Um, I recently read The Five Love Languages. I thought would be like
Oh,
about it, but it's actually quite cute and interesting, and it's kind of fun to explore what is my love language and what does that mean, and what is my like the people around me, what is their love language, and that's I just read this week. It's written by Stacey Abrams, and it's called Lead from the Outside. It's about minority leaders, so any minority and what struggles they're facing, and tips about how you can be successful. I think that it's not necessarily just for minority leaders. There's quite a lot of good tips in there for anybody who wants to be successful and become a leader. But it does explore some things where minorities might have a tougher start to it. I really enjoyed that too. So that's just some recent ones.
I think I've only read one nonfiction so far this year. I do have one on my TBR for April, but I think I've only read one so far this year, and that was Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey, and I loved it. I actually listened to the audiobook with my mom, and we both just loved it. It's the audiobook is narrated by Matthew McConaughey himself, and it's kind of like he says it's not a memoir, but it kind of is. It's his story, and it's really like he's a really interesting person and has gone through some interesting stuff. And some things it's just like he just breezes past. And there was like a line about this thing that happened to him, and he just kind of like said, "Oh, this happened," and then continued on with the story. And it was like, "Wait, what did he just say happened?" And it was like that was all he gave about that. Which I mean, I guess I understand. It was like something he just didn't really want to go into details about because traumatic. But yeah, he's been through some stuff and just led a very interesting life and quite literally followed his dreams. Like he has some crazy wet dreams he talks about in his book. And then he goes and tries to do the things in his book,
Okay.
like swimming naked down the Amazon.
Who does that? I love it.
Yeah.
I hope you got some good recommendations out of this. I mean, I did. I finished a chapter. Yay! Thanks so much for the reading sprint. I'm going to finally go and make breakfast. I love that. I love breakfast for some reason. I'm not a eat in the morning, but I'm the what breakfast entails kind of just later in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like mostly about Black history, but I could try other things. So we have not like we have mentioned a lot of nonfictions, but not about Black history. So we kind of missed the mark. To be honest, I think that I haven't read a lot of nonfiction about Black history, but I do read a fair amount of fiction that is based on true stories or that is inspired by true stories. And I feel like these historical fiction books, they teach you about history as well. And I can absolutely recommend my favorite historical fiction of all time, probably Yellow Wife. It is based on a real person. It is set during the I think 1850, and the we're following a woman who is born to a black healer on a farm, and the father is the master, the white master, so she has some privileges, but the master's wife doesn't like that, and it just gets to a point where she's sent away and she's pretty much pushed into the worst part of slavery. I do recommend looking up content warnings before going into this. It's written by a black person, and I enjoyed mostly about it that it was exploring a few things that I hadn't read before. So instrumentalizing some things against the black people, and how they weaponized things like their hair or something. And that was quite it was a heavy one, but a really really good. So I can 100% recommend that one.
I hear music coming from your end.
Oh, is it too loud? I usually have music on, but it's usually not that loud that you can hear it. Um, I like Stamped by Jason Reynolds. I don't know that one. Do you know Stamped?
I've heard of it. I've seen the cover, but I haven't read it.
I just finished chapter 3 of Six of Crows and I'm calling it a night after the chat. I have an early start tomorrow. That's fair. I hope you are starting to enjoy Six of Crows and it's starting to make sense. Loving the book. It's a much slower pace than Shadow and Bone, but I'm loving how dark it is. Yes. It has definitely evolved from the fluffy little three trilogy. I wonder if there's a book out there about people in their prison times. For some reason, I'm so interested in the prison system. Which prison system?
I
Uh,
think you might enjoy the other Westmore just because it does. It does kind of talk about that a little bit in the book because it's the Westmore that's writing the book. He interviews the Westmore that's in the prison, and so you get both side, like both stories, like going throughout.
um, so Yellow Wife does take part, like she's being sent to a slave prison pretty much. So it you don't see too much from of the prison throughout the whole book, but you touch on that prison system for a while as well. But I don't know about anything that's about like current prisons. But that's a pretty interesting topic. If you find a good book about prisons, let me know. I would like to know more about credit and stuff, maybe the stock market, but it would be hard for me to read those, I think. Um, Maybe not. I just think it's a very complex topic to get into, but once you get it, it's probably with like every hobby, everything that you get into, you just have to really commit some time to learn the phrases, to learn what it all means, and then it's probably easy. Thank you for the recommendations. Added more to my TBR. Well, let us know how it goes. Like, if you read any of the recommendations, I always enjoy when somebody reads something that I have recommended to hear back what they thought about it. Doesn't matter if they liked it or not. I just love to hear back. So if you end up reading something, please share. I'm now able to hear your. uh,
Yeah, I accidentally clicked off something and it made that sound.
it's interesting because usually that type of sound is not going through. But anyways, um, should we do one more?
Yeah. I still have to get my video uploaded the rest of the way.
So that sounds like that's perfect timing then. If you need to do that, let me pull the timer up again because I still have quite a couple of hours to do in my book.
Yeah, you definitely got some reading left to do.
I mean, I am making progress. I mean, where did I start? I started here.
It's
So
funny if people are actually looking at the screen, they'll be able to see what I'm doing in the reflection on my glasses here.
it is so tiny on the screen though.
Well, what you see right here is the timer.
Oh yeah. Anyways, let's see you enjoy your reading.
Enjoy.
I'm again like at the end of the chapter.
I am in like a couple of pages from the end, like 3 pages from the end of the chapter. I read while I was editing, I was listening to Moxie, and I got another 13 pages, another chapter into this. And then once I got my video uploaded, I switched back to Our Chemical Hearts, and I got another 7 pages of this read. And I have another cat that just decided to jump up in my lap. He is my giant kitty. His name is Tigger, and he's this massive beast of a cat. I can't even get all of him on camera. He's a big boy.
Which as well. Like, it doesn't look like he's that much bigger than Katniss on camera.
Oh, he's huge. Like, if she could curl up right here, and he's like this. And she's fluff, and he is not. He's a big boy.
Oh, but that might be why Katniss looks bigger.
Oh, yeah. He's bigger than the dog.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's probably like 20-something pounds.
Wow. That's
And yeah, he's massive. He fills up my lap. I couldn't possibly hold him like I do Katniss for any amount of time because he's a big old boy.
Oh, but they're all cute. So yeah, I got a little distracted, so I only read 18 pages. I had somebody text me who had just watched my 1 year after surgery videos and got emotional because they can relate to it and told me how much this video is helping them, and that is just such a nice thing to say and to share. It just confirms that what you're doing is like putting myself out there, that it's worth it. If you just touch one person with it, it's and then I had a couple of people contacting me, and I'm always looking for people to do the free book Friday with me on my channel. So looking for people who want to read free ebooks with me and then come on camera to review them together. And I have a couple of people lined up and chatting with them about what we're going to read. So yeah, always looking for more people there as well. But that distracted me a little.
You are sounding more and more snuffly.
Yeah, it's closing up, although it's not like it's completely closed up, but it's actually not like it's just swollen. So it's not like I have a cold, it's just swollen. I kind of got addicted to the nose spray. And that leads to it instantly swelling up when you don't use it. And I'm trying to get off that addiction. And yeah, it's just completely locked now. So, the judge shared the nonfiction that I like are usually sciencey. Quantum theory cannot hurt you. And algorithms to live by are 2 nonfiction that I have enjoyed. Thank you for the recommendation. Are they very sciencey though? Like I do like when they're a little sciencey, but when they are like too sciencey, they go over my head. Hi, Rebecca. I started listening to Elat. So how do you pronounce that? Elat.
I think it's a lot way. I think it's how it's pronounced. Kayla looked it up. I think it's a lot way or something like that.
Do you know what it is? What it's about?
I know it's something. I want to say it's set in Canada, maybe. I know it's like frozen wilderness kind of thing. Oh, Tigger, you're shedding so much.
Oh, look at this beautiful cover. I love it.
Yeah, I've seen the book. Kayla from Books and Lala read that one.
Okay. Imagine an America very similar to our own. It's got homework, best friends, and pistachio ice cream. There are some differences. This America been shaped dramatically by the magic, monsters, knowledge, and legends of its people, those indigenous and those not. Okay. Sounds interesting. I'm reading Eclipse and I'm on page 404. I joined so late. It's okay. Thank you for joining anyway.
Yeah,
I
to give
like
you an idea of how big he is, he's down, he's on his butt on my lap right now. Then he goes up to here.
Oh wow. Looks regal for some reason.
Oh,
Very
he is. He's very regal.
We're like, I'm the king of the castle here.
Well, he's also the only male that we have in the whole house. We have like all the other cats are girls and the dog is a girl. And he's our big boy. And he claims Xander. Xander is his boy.
Ooh, okay. But
He claimed Xander from the very beginning because when we got Tigger, he was just a little kitten. And every morning, when it's time to wake Xander up for school, from the time he was a kitten on, he goes, and when I go to wake Xander up, he goes with me, and he hops up in bed with Xander, and Xander's like ragdolls him in the bed. Yeah, he helps wake Xander up in the mornings.
Oh, that's so cute. I love
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, they're very attached to each other.
So he's now just with you because so he can be on camera.
Pretty much. It was like one got out of my lap, and then he was like standing there with his paws on my leg, like, hello. Hello. Can you move your arm just enough so I can jump up there? But he is shedding like crazy. His hair is just flying all over the place. I'm getting covered. I don't even know if you can see this patch of hair on me. It's all over my face right now.
So while you're trying to breathe, let's see what people are saying. Autumn says, got to page 62, still love the book. Well, hopefully it stays this good. Well, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. I completely forgot what Autumn was reading.
Autumn is reading Vanishing Half.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. We've been just talking about it like forever. So we talked about what Elatsoe was about. Hi, currently reading Dark Light of Day, prequel by Tim Fraser. Are you liking it? I don't think I'll be able to finish it. It's supposed to be leaving script after today. It's not on my TBR. That's fair. I would be able to. I don't know if I would have started it, but I mostly just wanted to find out if I was actually interested in reading it. Okay, that's fair. And are you going to be adding it to your TBR then? How do you like you? Oh, you said you like it so far. Yeah. See, my brain isn't functioning normally anymore.
How much do you have left of your book?
Enough. It's like 230 pages.
Maybe you should call it a night and sleep.
No.
You could always finish it tomorrow.
No.
Okay. I mean, well, if you feel, as long as you're feeling up to it.
Well, I'm not.
If you feel as bad as your nose sounds right now, you should sleep.
I do think that I feel a little bit better than I sound, although I'm not 100% fit. But I don't feel like I would go to sleep just yet. So I will be reading a little bit more, but I don't think I will be able to finish it tonight. So I will have to tap into tomorrow for finishing it. I will still officially count it to my March wrap up, though. So just saying that that's going to happen no matter when I finish it.
I mean, you could do that, or you could be like, save it and be like, dang, I finished a book already. Like this, I finished this big book in April. And it's only April 1st.
Well, I don't think anybody would be surprised, really. But no, I'll count it towards my March TBR wrap up. So, but that's fine. So yeah, I'm not sure how much longer I want to stay live, but I do think that I'm going to give in to my addiction, and at the beginning of the next sprint, get that nose spray. Uh, because I have endured this long enough now, and it's getting so bad that it has to it has to come in.
I'm
Definitely
gonna have
adding
to
to my
get. I have one of those things. It's called a chom chom for like
what?
taking cat. It's called chom chom for taking cat hair off of stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna have to like take it to myself. It's for like taking like it off the furniture and stuff. But I'm gonna have to take it to my. I am so covered in cat hair right now. It's ridiculous.
It doesn't look that bad, so you're good. 75 pages in, so not going to finish it in March, so going to have to carry it over for it. Okay, that's fair. I mean, I just said that I would be doing that too, so here we
Yeah,
are.
I'm not. I'm carrying all of my current reads. I have 3 current reads. I've got Our Chemical Hearts, Moxie, and Six of Crows. They're all getting carried over.
I mean, it's not like my April isn't filled with stuff. I have over 10,000 pages planned for April, so let's just add to it, you know?
I have no idea how many pages I have planned. I have 23 books planned.
Well, I think I have a few more, but I do have a few that are only around 150 pages. But then I also have one that's 640, 500 pages, so 600 pages. Yeah. But there's quite a few ebooks, a few NetGalley arcs, and sometimes I feel like what I see on Goodreads or the page number, it doesn't reflect what it actually feels like. Sometimes it just reads so much quicker or actually so much slower that I just feel like something's off with that page number. As long as it's not available in a print, I sometimes feel like they're cheap with the page number that they're saying it is. Uh, I'm supposed to be reading Dear Justice too, but The Vanishing Half is just so good hard to pretend. Well, then finish it. If it's that good, just go finish it. Um, so I definitely am up for one more sprint. I don't know if I am up for more after that, but one more definitely. What are you
All
thinking?
right. I'm good with it. I
So
am good. The boy has to go to bed in half an hour, so
well, let's see. Giving into my addiction, how I feel after that half hour. Maybe I'm going to be like, everything's fine over here. All right, then let's get some more reading done. See you in 30.
all right, enjoy.
That's another 30 minutes done.
So I read the like 3 pages needed to finish this chapter, but then I was like having to get up and look for something to get all the cat hair off me. So I went back to listen to the audiobook, and I ended up listening to 26 pages of this. And then when I got back to the desk, I sat down and read another 5 pages of this. So 8 and 26, 34 pages.
Right. I'm more like at 25 pages, but I mean, that's a steady pace, and I'm happy with that. I think I have around 4 more hours in this book at this time. And I do think that the majority of this will probably be me lying in bed and listening to the audiobook.
Yeah, I kind of figured you were getting to that point.
Yeah, I mean, it did help to get the nose spray.
You sound a little better.
Yeah, I mean, this side is completely like the swelling is back, has gone back, so I can breathe through this. And but this one is still clogged up, even though I have put the nose spray in it, and that's a really bad sign. That, but it's actually like I do need a tissue now the whole time since I sprayed um on the right side. Anyways, entering TMI territory here. But yeah, I think I can read a little bit longer, but my eyes are starting to really burn. So I think it is getting to a point where I should switch completely to the audiobook.
Something I realized I kind of made a little mistake on in which thing I chose for my audiobook. We're dealing with 2 different high school situations.
Oh no, you're gonna make
Yeah. So I've got
okay.
2 contemporary set in like the high school setting. And I'm like, okay, well, at least it's a very different atmosphere in each. So like this is you got like the guys and stuff at this school are big jerks and like tell the girls to go make them a sandwich and wearing shirts that say things like nice legs, when do they open, things like that. And so she creates this zine about like, are you tired of this crap, and this one is like everybody in their class kind of gets along, and like the jocks hang out with the nerds, and there's not really any big, there's cliques, but nobody like gives anybody any hard time. And the people in here are like working on the school newspaper and stuff. And so it's, even though there is like a newspaper type thing in this with the zine, the newspaper isn't a focus in this. It's just a room where they hang out, and that's something they're supposed to be doing, but they're not really focusing on that at all.
Too many parallels though, and still like parallels, but the opposite, and like that's a disaster in the making.
And going back and forth like I was just doing, it was just like, oh, have to sort my brain out each time I'm
Yeah,
switching.
yeah, no, not a good idea probably. So Dre Mayoni Forever says I'm planning on taking part in Amish in April. I still got my booktube spin to catch up on from February, March, and got a few other challenges to do. Well, it sounds like you have your hands full, as we all do. um, I'm done for the night. Got to part 2, and the book got a little hot and spicy, if you get my drift. Well, you spelled it out, hot and spicy. So now that it's getting hot and spicy, you're leaving us. Mm-hmm. I going on. What book am I reading? I'm reading The Dragon Republic, the second in the Poppy Wars, and I feel like I've made good progress tonight. I was almost halfway when I started, so um, Is there any readathons this month? I am not aware. I mean, there probably are a ton of readathons, but I'm not taking part in any.
Good night. Good night. I love you. I'm not really taking part in any regular readathons. I'm doing the Buzzwordathon. That's every month though, and I'm also doing my own TBR knockout, which is also an every month thing. There's like I made prompts for each month, and there's like 2 prompts for each month. So those are the only things I'm doing this month. So that's the only thing I know of.
Yeah. So I do a lot of buddy reads this month for my Free Book Friday series, and with the buddy reads, and then my book clubs and the arcs that I want to get done, I felt like I don't have the brain capacity to think about fitting that into a readathon. I just need a break from it. So
yeah, these 2 books here weren't on either TBR for March or for April, but they were ones that I wanted to read, and so I'm like trying to squeeze them in anyway. So they're part of my 23 that I made, but they didn't come up on anything, my wheel or any of that. But I really want to watch the movies for both of them. So I'm like, I need to read the book so I can watch the movie. And I want to watch the movie over this next week.
Did you finish your TBR before you picked those though? Or are you gonna have some books left over that you did not finish?
Oh, I already was going to have that anyway. So I ended up, because of how this month was with all of the flooring and having to pack up everything in the house, it's just like essentially like I was moving. I wasn't giving myself any punishments. So I didn't give myself any punishments for my Have I Read It. But I did carry 2 of those books over into my April TBR. And then for my Cards Against My TBR, I actually did complete everything for that. And then for my wheel, I didn't complete everything, but I didn't give myself any punishments. So the ones that I didn't complete, I wasn't putting onto my April. But surprisingly, I did complete a lot. Like I ended up reading 18 books, completing 18 books in March, even with all of that going on. So
I don't think I'm that far from 18 though. My first half of the month was really strong. Let's look it up. So my wrap up one. So I do separate my wrap up into 2 because the amount of books would then end up being such a long video that I decided to do 2. And the first one was quite big already. So according to no, that's not true. According to Bookly, I have finished 25 books in March, but that's not true. That can't be true. Oh, it has the mangas in there as well. But I finished a lot of books.
That's good. Yeah, I'm hoping tomorrow. I don't have any filming or editing. No, I sort of have filming that I'm doing. You want to bed?
No.
Love you and good night.
Good night.
Xander's off to bed now. I'm filming my vlog. Like I'm starting a vlog tomorrow. I've started doing a vlog the 1st through the 7th each month. And so in that vlog, I do my whatever my TBR knockout is, my buzzword. I try to fit all of my stuff in that 1 week. So I'm starting that vlog tomorrow. And I'm hoping to finish. I'm hoping to read a lot in those first 7 days. Oh my goodness. So I just like earlier today, this morning, I was sorting out, okay, this is everything that's on my TBR and the dates I want to read it. And if I successfully follow this, which I doubt, but if I successfully follow this, in the 1st through the 7th, I will complete 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 books. I'm part of another.
Depending how big those books are, that's doable. But if
Yes,
that's like a ton,
some of them are short, so. But
well,
I have Our Chemical Hearts, Moxie. Oh, sorry, 9. So I have Our Chemical Hearts, Moxie, The Serpent's Shadow. I'm going to be starting Illuminae during that time. Tithe, a graphic novel, genderqueer. Rain the Earth, Sky Song, Heartstopper, No One is Too Small to Make a Difference. And I'm going to start Cinderella is Dead. So 10? 10 books.
of
2 of
which
them
two
must be started. Yeah, there's 2 graphic novels and 2 that I will be starting but not finishing.
that sounds doable. Mel, are you planning on doing an unhaul anytime soon?
Yes, actually. It's funny that you actually asked that because this week I've been editing a couple of unhaul videos and I have one so I have my Wheel of TBR coming tomorrow, and then on Saturday is an unhaul. And then next week, I have on Tuesday one of my weight loss journey videos. Thursday is my wrap up vlog, and that Saturday is another unhaul video. So I have 2 unhauls. The first unhaul has over 80 books.
Wow.
Yeah. And then the second one, I don't know how many books it is, but half of it's like Xander books. Like in the beginning, it's Xander books that he wanted to unhaul. And then the back half is, which I put a timestamp in my thing. The second half is like the YA and the adult books that I'm unhauling.
So I'm assuming there's a good chunk that is unread that you unhaul unread.
There are a couple that are unread, not many.
I always
Most
feel so bad about having paid money for it at one point and then deciding like I don't want you anymore.
Well, no, like I think out of and the one that's got the 80, there's a couple that I did pay for one way or another that because I just ended up with multiple copies. And so I was unhauling the multiple copies. And then the rest of them that I hadn't read were ones that were like arcs that I just lost interest in and didn't read them. And then in the second unhaul, there's a lot that I'm unhauling that I haven't read because they were books that were given to me and they were just not things I was interested in. So
Okay.
most of the ones though that I'd read were ones that I had read and either didn't rate high enough to keep or I just didn't like for one reason or another.
So you will have to tell me what you think about Cinderella is Dead. I want to read it so bad.
That's when I'm starting. It's the one of those 2 that will be starting tomorrow, but not finished in that first week.
Well, I really do hope you like it. I unfortunately did not, but I mean, we do know that taste is different. If you're interested in my 2 cents, I do talk about my feedback on this in a vlog, and I know that I have linked the vlog on Goodreads. So when you go to when you're my friend and you go to Cinderella is Dead, you can find the link to the correct vlog that I'm talking about Cinderella is Dead on there. So if you're interested in hearing why I was not the biggest fan of it, but then tastes are different.
I know my friend Clint, he's the one that sent it to me. He said he doesn't normally like Cinderella retellings. He's not interested in the Cinderella story, but he loved Cinderella is Dead. So
I know there's a lot of people love
I'm
it.
curious where I'm going to fall in the because I
Yeah.
love all the retellings. So
I wasn't feeling it, but I know that a lot of people are loving it, and I hope you do too, because, well, I hope every book that you read you love. I was just looking for a good unhaul video for motivation. Why does an unhaul, like, what does it motivate? Does it motivate you to unhaul yourself, or what's the motivation you get from watching a good unhaul?
No, it will be up on Saturday. Yeah, I only recently started doing unhaul videos. Like I used to just unhaul the books, whether I was giving them to family or friends or trading them in or whatever. And I wasn't filming what I was getting rid of. I was just getting rid of them. And then I realized that people actually like watching unhaul videos. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I should start doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been just getting rid of everything that I read, but if I go through I am considering going through my books to think about if I actually want to read all of this, and if I get rid of unread, then I will probably do an unhaul as well. But the ones that I just read, I usually don't, because then I would just every month say, okay, I've read these 20 books and I'm getting rid of them because I've read them. I'm glad if I don't like a book or DNF it, I put it in a pile for donations or to give it back to bookstore at credit. I'm glad I don't just keep it. Yeah, same.
I know some people they like Kayla, for example, from Books and Lala. She likes to have a copy of every single book she's ever read, whether she liked the book or not. She likes to have it if she's read it. And me personally, I mean, I kind of understand that because it's kind of nice to say, "Oh yes, I've read all of these," but at the same time, you only have so much room, and so I like having a ton of books to pick and choose from to read. Uh, and so the only ones that I want to keep on my shelves are ones that I'm interested in reading, whether I've read them before or I haven't read them. That's what's on my shelf. Everything on my shelf are books that I want to read, whether it's a reread or a read for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the same for me. But I'm probably a little bit more selective about what I want to reread. So I mentioned before, like literally, I have a shelf that is the exact same size as this one, and one half is just the Wheel of Time, and then the other half is other books that I keep. So I don't have more than what fits in here, and it's not stacked. It's like, and there's still room, so I
Mhm.
don't keep a lot of books to reread.
Yeah, the only ones I keep are if they're 4 stars or higher. If they're 4 stars or high, I won't rate them 4 stars or higher unless I would be willing to read it again.
Right.
Yeah, if I just really like it and I think it's a great story, but it's not one that I'll read again, I'll give it like a 3.75
Right.
for my own personal being able to keep track of
Yeah,
it.
that makes sense. I don't even keep all the 5 stars that I have, because even though I might have loved a book, I have so many other books that I still want to read. Like the bar is really high for me to wanting, like, it has to have a benefit of rereading where I feel like if I reread it, I will get more out of the story. And with a lot of books, that's not necessarily the case. Even though the book might be brilliant, I don't think that I would get more out of it when rereading. So I'd rather go and read an assumed other new 5 star.
I'm actually rereading for a buddy read. We're so in my little buddy read group on Twitter, we read multiple books in a month, or I read multiple books for these buddy reads, and then people can choose which ones they want to participate in. And one of the books that we're reading this month is A Court of Thorns and Roses, which is a reread for me. I love that series, but we're going to go and read one book of that each month, going up to the newest book, A Court of Silver Flames. And so the whole series, except for that last book, is one that I've already read, but I really enjoyed it, so I'm okay with rereading it.
And I mean, that's completely fine. I know that a lot of people do enjoy rereading books that they are familiar with and just enjoyed. So that's absolutely fine. I absolutely get that.
Yeah,
So
these
on
books
my
I've read multiple times too. My Cassandra Clare books, yeah, I've read those a couple of times.
Yeah. So yes, Autumn, I do hope that you enjoy Cinderella is Dead. Autumn, I have just had a quick browse online. The readathons I found for April so far is Disability Readathon, Mythathon, Thankfulathon, yeah. And I know you mentioned a little bit later that Little Book Owl has done a calendar on a channel for readathons for the year. And I've been subscribing to that calendar in the past, wanting to do like all the readathons. It's really good if you want to see what's out there and what you want to join.
Seasonathon is on there.
Being able to part with books. So motivation to be able to part with books. That sounds good. Good. It's like seeing someone cleaning. It motivates me to want to do it too. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I mean, look behind you. Also, some books I read from the library, and if I like them enough, I go buy them at the store so I can read whenever. That's a nice thing because then you're also supporting the author and pushing the book sales, and the author might get to write more of these awesome books. So I have read a graphic novel this month. It's called Nubia Real One, and I loved it. And we had a chat with the author, who also is the author for A Blade So Black, in the graphic novel book club. And she was sharing how she would love to write more um, graphic novels for Nubia, but it is so heavily depending on the book sales for this graphic novel that she really hopes it sells well so she can write more. So go and support the authors so they write more of the fabulous things that we love. I just bought too many books for a few years. I feel that. I got most of them from Will, so I didn't spend a lot on them. I feel that too. I love books, but our house is too small to hold on to all of them.
I understand. I bought too many books for a few years too. Oh God, yeah.
Same. I mean, not at your level, Mel, but I did buy too many books. Although, to be fair, I think I would buy each of them again simply because at that time I really wanted to read it. It was completely my taste, and it was a good deal. I very rarely bought new books. And when I can get my hands on English books that are drastically reduced in price, I'll just like grab them. So. That just
Yeah,
happened.
the things that got me, Book Outlet, discovering that provided a lot of the books on my shelves, McKay's and Ollie's. Yeah, all of those places there because they're all places where I get books really cheap. Like McKay's is a used bookstore. It's where I take my books to trade in for credit and stuff like that. Um, and then I spend all my credit immediately. Usually, while I'm waiting for them to figure out how much credit they're going to give me, I'm shopping and buying more books. But
I don't like that here. I wish
oh,
we
it's
had.
massive. I actually have a video. There's like come with me to McKay's, and it's like this massive, like 2-story used bookstore, and it's amazing. Um, and then Ollie's is like this surplus store, and everything in there is like overstock and cheap, but it's all new stuff. And so I go in there and buy books for like $1.99 or $2.99 and love it.
I would live there probably.
Well, I've gone in there and bought so many books at a time that sometimes when I go there, I look around and I'm like, well, I already have everything that I'd want from here.
Oh wow. Yeah.
The same thing kind of happened with Book Outlet because I was buying so much from Book Outlet that I got to the point where I'm like, I can't really find anything else I want.
I get that. I mean, um, we do have a few wonderful used bookstores here, but they usually just carry German books that I'm not interested in. And that's also the downside to when I want to get rid of my books, pretty much all I can do is sell them online. Um, and if it's a used copy of a paperback, you can usually not really, like, the person buying it has to pay for shipping. So if I get €1 for it, it's good. But there's not even a way to donate them because people don't take English books for donation mostly here. So it would be such an effort to find a place to donate them to. So I pretty much have to sell them, most of them.
Yeah, I started selling some of mine that I'm unhauling to on eBay, but a lot of them I either give to other people or I take to McKay's and try to trade in. And then what, like, McKay's doesn't necessarily take everything, and so whatever I can't give away to friends and family, uh, and I can't sell on eBay and I can't trade into McKay's, then I just donate to whatever. Like, there's a place here called America's Best Thrift Store or something like that, and it goes to a thing called Teen Challenge, and it's something to help with like teens and stuff. A teen charity.
Mhm. I love that. I would donate to that too. Um, I wonder where you can find information about the disability readathon. So, I mean, if you go to the Book Owl thingy, the calendar, there is links to the people doing the readathon and the resources. So that's probably your best bet to go through that calendar, or just Google disability readathon.
Yeah, or just to search it on YouTube. You know, you might be able to find like the announcement video or something on YouTube.
Start doing that. Uh, Amazon isn't that bad on prices on some books. I got the selection for $8. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of used books that you get from third-party sellers as well on there.
Mm-hmm.
What annoys me is that at least over here, they have like ridiculously good prices, like €2 for a book, but then they want shipping at like €3 to €4, where I know they're just paying two. And if you then go and purchase 5 books of them, they're not combining shipping. They're like, this is hidden pricing for the book. And that just pisses me off because I feel like if you're just paying €5 for shipping, don't charge me 20.
Well, one thing I like about when looking at the used third parties or whatever through Amazon is it shows you it's this, like, here's you can put it in order of price with price plus shipping.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'll do that and I'll be looking at the used ones but also the new and have it price plus shipping so that it shows me like which one is actually the cheapest. And sometimes, yeah, you might be able to buy the book for $8 and get it shipped prime and get it there right away. Uh, or you could be like, oh, here's this used one that's $3.99, but shipping's only $1.99, and so
Yeah.
so the book comes out to being cheaper in the end. Or
Yeah.
sometimes you have that book that's like, oh, it's only $3.99, but shipping is $4.99. And so
Yeah.
it's actually cheaper to buy the brand new book from Amazon and have it shipped prime.
Yeah, you're right. It's the sorting is really great. I just wish that if I would purchase from the same third-party seller, that they would combine shipping because it's obvious. I mean, even if I go directly to their site and not purchase it through Amazon, um, let's say on Amazon the book is listed for €3 with €4 shipping. I go on their site and the book is listed for €7. It's very obvious that they're using the shipping as a part of reducing the price, because then I'm assuming that is also is to get the listing as high as possible, but also to reduce the cut that Amazon takes. But anyways, that annoys me, because it looks like I'm paying €20 shipping, but then they ship it all in one box that costs like €4 shipping.
Yeah. Now, some places will combine, but not everyone.
Yeah, with books, I haven't seen any that do that. Yeah, I think most readathons nowadays have a Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Our seasonathon has one called at seasonathon.
When's the next one?
July. Yeah, it's a month long. It'll be the whole month of July. We're currently working on trying to get an author. I'm waiting to hear back from an author to see if what our group book will be.
I'm excited for that readathon. I'm looking forward to participating in July.
Yeah, we've already figured out all of our prompts and all of that stuff already.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a little Zoom meeting and discussed it all.
Oh, that's nice. Is it the same people hosting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. Wonderful hosts, honestly. Wonderful group. Jocelyn wants to know who the author is.
We don't know yet.
I
We're still.
think
I can't. Well, I mean, I can't tell you who I'm waiting on because I don't know if this is going to be our author or not, and I don't want to spoil anything for our announcement. I can tell you who our author is not because we have contacted one author already, or maybe it was the publicist or whatever. We have contacted one already, and the author can't do it. So we were going to try to get Helen Huang and do the Kiss Quotient, but she is on the spectrum and has Asperger's and is not comfortable with a live YouTube event. So
I understand that.
yeah, and so that's fine. And so we have a list of authors in order of like top choice down and like what books we'd want to read for each author. And there was a lot of research that went into this and to also get everybody's input on like what we wanted, like who everybody wanted and all of that to we came up with a whole rating system and yeah.
I love it.
And so now I'm waiting on author number 2 to see if they haven't checked their message yet.
I am very excited to see who the author is going to be, what the group book is going to be, and everything. I'm really looking forward to that readathon. Anyways,
there's a lot of variety of possible books from adult to middle grade to YA as well. There's romance, there's fantasy, there's thrillers. Let me slide my little paper over here without showing it on the screen. Fantasy, thrillers, contemporaries, some paranormal. Some have like 2 authors. Some are just 1 author.
nice.
Stick that back under there.
Awesome. I can't wait. Anyways, I do think it's time to call it a night. I do need to lie down, and I do have another 4 hours of listening to my audiobook to do. So I think my bed is calling. So yeah.
I hope you get feeling better, Cece.
Yeah. I hope it's just mainly that I destroyed my like nasal stuff with the addiction to the nose spray, and that by desensitizing, I don't know what it's called, but pretty much you can unlearn that habit again, and I hope that that works and that it's not anything worse. So fingers crossed on that. Anyways, no matter what, I'm gonna be back live on Sunday. Gonna have some Easter Sunday sprints. Gonna be joined by Mo and by Steph and somebody new who hasn't been on sprints before. I'm really excited to meet her on the sprints. So I hope that some of you will join us on Sunday.
Yeah. I might pop in there. I do have some, I have to edit that day too. So maybe I'll come and do some productivity sprints.
Yes, I love that. And if you can't do Sunday, we're going to be back on the 15th,
Yes, on my channel.
Melanie's channel. So always looking forward to that as well. And I think Jocelyn just sums it up perfectly. Night, night.
Good night.
So thanks everyone for joining. Thank you, Melanie, for being here. I enjoyed this a lot. Got a lot of reading done. And let's finish up this month and then start into a fresh reading month in a couple of
Yeah.
hours. All right. See you again soon. Bye.